What up? What up? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome back,
All
buddy.
right. Hey, man. Yeah, dude.
Got Paper Buddha next week. Of course, we'll be talking to Empress Trash here in a little bit tonight. Wait to make sure Willie or Bit says everything recording on his end and going good before we kick her off here. How was the camp out, Mike?
Dude, it was
Oh,
amazing, man. I'm still recovering. It was I need to bring a larger vessel for water for sure. I got pretty dehydrated. The only filtered water was in the mess hall, and that was a little bit of a journey. Um, but oh my gosh, like hanging out with so many awesome people, and just kind of being unplugged and off grid and making fires and just getting to know each other. Some freaking beautiful souls. Met some new people. It was amazing.
sweet.
Okay, I got to give up on trying to do things on my end. It's I'm having one of them days. All right, at least I'll use the WX8B account since my computer doesn't want to cooperate. Says I'm in as bits, but I can't do anything as bits. Wonder if I kick myself out. Can I remove? Oh no, I probably shouldn't remove myself because then I probably won't be allowed back in, right?
No, then you won't. Yeah, then you won't be allowed back in.
I'm out of here. Fuck you
You probably
guys.
you probably just want to leave and come back.
Yeah, it's not even letting me do that. So I guess we won't even have a lovely opening song tonight either. My new iMac is in. They released them today. I got to go pick it up sometime. So hopefully that rectifies a little bit of my issues that I have. Well, we know I'll still have issues, but that's for another space. Cool. All right. Well, this is the time where I normally play a nice little song by one of our friends of the space, and then I usually play some train horn sounds and an all aboard kind of thing and welcome y'all. But hey, the night train's still got to leave the station. Welcome everybody. Climb on board, find yourself a seat in the lounge car. Don't worry about tickets. The ride's always on us. The drinks you got to pay for, but we'll pay for the trip anyways. It's going to be a good show tonight.
How, how's the old saying going? Even Mussolini couldn't get the trains to run on time.
Yeah, well, that's
Something like that.
yes, something like that. Yeah, that goes for everything in Italy, though, right?
Something like that.
Yeah,
Some Italian saying like that.
yeah, so that sounds about right. Cool. Right on. Been a good week. Been a week since I've seen y'all here. We got some people in the room. Paper Buddha listening in. Flashbox. Blind in here. Laser Lou Dude. Proteon. Tiv. Nicholas Dimes. Of course, myself, Bits listening down there. We got DeChick Threes. Max Cap down there. It's really white in here tonight too as well. Thank you all for popping in. We'll do a little nattering and chattering about what's been going on the last week before we bring our guest of honor up a little bit later on, Miss Empress Trash, which I'm very stoked to have tonight. It's going to be one of my biggest learnings tonight when we get to speak with her. So I'm excited. It'll be cool. Did you buy anything interesting in the last week there, Willie?
Nope,
No? Yeah.
not at all. I
Okay.
haven't really bought anything. I haven't been collecting at all really.
Right.
Um, got that wombat drop going on right now. That's it.
Right.
Whitelisted and paid for that up front, so don't have to chase through that,
Oh,
which is fun.
that's
Fun,
cool. So you,
fun,
you
fun,
got all three
fun seeing it
pieces?
sell out in like 10, 12 seconds and people chasing and I'm like, oh, got my airdrop today.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, the first one I like blinked an eye because I was at work. I was working and I was unable to sit and pay attention. And I blinked an eye and man, that was it. Boof, gone. And I just kind of I bowed out of that one. I'm saving up my Tezos for the Wag Me Wine this round. See what I can pull out of there. Plus that Chris Truman series that's happening now as well too. Does he have a name for that one? Is it the A series?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. A series.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm kind of like bowed out on those right now too. I'm I'm just kind of resting on my laurels, if you will, playing on what I've been acquiring.
Dude, I just got my laptop back tonight. I'd left my laptop and iPad at camp, and just now hooked up like an hour ago with Sky Bravo, and I don't have Kukai or anything connected to my phone, or I'd be like really really broke. But I have been like twitching with withdrawals from being on chain, for real, man.
That's hilarious. I love it. Yeah,
So you haven't collected anything in a week.
No, dude, I'm like missing out on everything. I see everything in the feeds, and I'm like, holy moly.
You know what? I know there's an airdrop in there that you received this last week from Texadelic. I'm pretty sure.
Oh hell yeah,
So
yeah. I
yeah.
haven't even. My computer's like dead. It's plugged in right now, so it's charging up. Um, dude, I'm really excited about the Backstage Passengers project and what Tex is doing. It's really
Yeah,
fun.
he's rocking it, man. I'm always surprised when I open up my wallet and I'm like, well, what the hell is this? And you look and now it's really funny because when I see random stuff in there that pops up, I'm like, oh, it's got to be Tex. Got to look, got to be Tex. Yeah, he's doing good things with that. I love it, man.
yeah, it's a lot funner to have that mentality of like, oh, what did one of my friends drop me today, as opposed to, what garbage shill is this?
Yeah, yeah, fair enough, right? I
Yeah.
Yeah, we got speaking of drops, we got uh, the Wagme Wine Miami Art Basel commemorative NFT was dropped to us. You got one, didn't you, Mike? Oh, you haven't seen yet. You don't know.
No, dude, I have not. I haven't seen anything, man. I'm like in the dark, man.
Wow. Okay, well, I pinned it up. I'll pin it up at the top there, just for everybody that's interested in checking it out. That was cool to get. It's a wicked NFT. In the thread that I put up there, I've got a snapshot of the piece. It was designed by Chris Truman, our resident Wagme Wine amazing artist, who does all the game tokens and game pieces and what have you. And then I also have the link below it to Object if you want to go and see the actual animated version of it. It's a pretty cool piece. I always love getting Chris Truman pieces. Like, I mean, to have such a great artist creating all of these pieces, stuff that I would want to collect anyways, honestly. Totally. I collected a Bill O'Neill this morning as well, or last night I think it was. It was the first time that I had ever gotten one. I really like his stuff. He does. I'm going to pin it up to the top here. Um,
But did you set it as your backdrop?
I had it up on my screen, but I did not. No, I did not set it up as my backdrop. I did not.
What's the key? Or most of his stuff is formatted
Yes.
for like cell phone backdrop,
Yeah. No, it is, and it looks really
which is
cool
really cool.
because I have my vertical screen here at my desk, right, that I use for that stuff. And yeah, it looks good on there, man. I really dig it. Actually, there's a lot of pieces that I want of his, but I always seem to miss out when he drops them. And then I guess I could always try collect on secondary as well. But for one Tez, there's some available. I got it. Excuse me. I think I just tweeted it up there. I'll tweet it again just to be safe, and then I'll pin it up. I'll pin it up to the top because surprisingly, well, just before when I made this tweet, there were still some of these left, and it's really surprising because most of his stuff is usually gone very quickly. So I don't know.
Is Billy a his though?
Oh,
I mean,
don't
I don't know,
know, and I
man.
know.
There's a lot of speculation we've had. I don't know. I haven't gotten to the bottom of it. I love the
Yeah, no,
mystery.
I'm only.
I say Billy's the dude just because of the dad jokes. That's the only reason.
Hell yeah.
Well, I think ladies can drop some dad jokes too if they want.
Yeah, they can, but that's why I gender Billy
Sure.
G. Is just the top tier dad jokes.
Top tier, not just any dad jokes. Top tier. You got to be. That's a good way to look. Yeah, I never thought about that. It's that's the one thing in this space. Everybody, if I say he, she, or something, sometimes it comes up. Well, is it? I don't know. I just take it at face value for the bill. But then, of course, when you look at the at tag, it's at billion FT. So the bill could mean
Yeah, but it's
yeah,
Billy
yeah,
with an
yeah,
I.
yeah, yeah,
For
yeah.
the first at first, I thought it was Bill, but it was Billy, and then I don't know, man.
I think
I had this
the
conversation with Laser actually
the
at NFT NYC, I think, and I was like, "Oh, is it you, Laser? Is this your alt?"
the O in there makes me think like a Scottish or Irish dude though.
Billy O,
Billy O. Yeah, exactly.
come on down to Billy O's. Have yourself a
Yeah.
pint. Well, maybe. All right. Well, see, I guess maybe we're gonna have a guest. See if we
We'll
can.
we'll have to have them on.
Yeah. See, get him on. Like I love those vertical pieces. But yeah, you're very right, Willie. Like that's the cool thing about them. And me having my vertical screen, whenever I get a vertical piece, I always love to put it on there because then you get to see it in all of its glory. Of course, on your cell phone, obviously, but I like to see it larger. These pieces always look amazing large, especially if you ever look at a paper Buddha piece. Man, those pieces, there's no justice for those when you look at them on your phone. That's facts.
Yeah, you can't zoom enough on a phone.
No, no, definitely not. Well, look, is it still showing me in the room? Yeah, it still shows me in the room, and I've completely gotten out of this on my computer. So I was gonna play. I guess I could pin up the opening song I was gonna play at the beginning of the night tonight. I'll just throw that up at the top there. Yeah, no, I haven't. So back to the collecting. I haven't really collected anything either. The Billy was the only thing that I collected this week, and the other two pieces I got were airdropped to me. So I don't know. I guess I'm kind of slacking, but it's nice. I got Tez sitting in my wallet. That doesn't happen very bloody often anymore. It's just nice to
Oh, I
have.
don't have any of that. That's why I haven't collected anything.
There you go. All right, I'll tweet this out. I'll pin it up at the top. I was going to play a new Fendel tune tonight. It was a Fendel song, and then Hash Brown did a remix with it, laid down some rap to it. So it was a pretty good tune, but I pinned it up at the top there if y'all want to check it out on your own and listen to it. I think there's still some available if you'd like to purchase it as well. But that's all the due diligence I can do with that song tonight, unfortunately, because technology has let me down in its
Stifled us.
it's very efficient way of letting us down, But it's all good. Cool.
Technology, the quarters on the track of the night train.
Yes, and as Willie did mention earlier, Paper Buddha is our guest next week. For those of you that are listening, mark it on your calendar. You'll definitely want to be in hanging out for that. That'll be an amazing space next week. And that's the last note that I have in here. Mike Nash, you got back from your nice sabbatical away from the world. Had a good time.
Dude, it was fucking amazing. Yeah, man. I mean, it's a really killer experience, dude. It's getting to meet all the homies in real life and getting to meet new people in a setting that's not like where you're running from event to event, and we're all just kind of each other's captive audience, and there's like this weird sense of permission to unplug, and like there's no FOMO going on because I don't know, a lot of the homies that you interact with are right there with you. It's really cool, man.
That's dope. I'll be definitely awesome to experience that sometime. How many of you were all up there?
Man, gosh, for like overnight, I think we had like 10 to 12, and then there were a couple nights where like Nomad showed up, and then Sky Bravo's family showed up, and there were some ins and outs. I don't know how many total. I'm going to say like
Oh,
12,
wow.
maybe people.
That's cool. Kind of cool. There's a little bit of a rotating kind of flow there too. A few people in, a few people out. It's cool. Have to experience it.
Yeah, they'll stop by
Yeah,
for the night.
that's dope. That's dope. I was going through all my Miami photos there. Yeah, Sunday. I sent photos off to everybody who was in the photos. I didn't care if the photo was blurry or if the person was just in the background. I'm like, hey, here's all the photos I have of you. Just thought, you're a little blurry, but here you go. It was kind of cool. I thought that I sent Near Run. We traded information on the catamaran because she wanted a couple photos I took. And man, I don't know what it is, but I cannot text, message, or call or anything with her through the contacts that we have exchanged. It's like our two iPhones don't even want to talk to each other. It's hilarious. Good. Another.
She gave you a wrong number.
Oh man.
Well, it was her own damn fault. She wanted the photos. No, she gave me her contacts, and actually, I got her personal email, and she's like, "Oh my god, my email's in there. I'm so embarrassed." And I can't remember what it was, but I wouldn't say it anyways. But I do remember it was actually fucking hilarious. It was like something that somebody in junior high would have as their email address. Oh, it's just fucking funny. I remember. I gotta look that up again. Yeah, maybe that's it, right? Near Run, she totally right there, right on the catamaran.
Gave you one of those 9-digit phone numbers?
No, well, it was European, so it was like a 50-digit number or whatever the hell it was.
Wrong country.
I wouldn't even have known if he was giving me a fake one or not. No, but yeah, it was really weird because we sat on the boat trying to go back and forth, and it just like our phones just didn't want to talk to each other. So that's all good. That's all good. It's what Discord and Twitter are for. Cool. So yeah, no, it's a good time. Good to remember those memories. Yeah. And that's all I got. I got nothing else. I had a pretty quiet week last week. Willie's quiet. Mike Nash had a blast at camp. So I guess we're probably ready to bring up our guest now. I would say so, unless you want to talk about the weather. But the weather's been good. So.
Nah, I don't need to talk about the weather.
It's probably cold there, isn't it, Willie? Cold in California?
Yeah. It's just like, it's not super cold to where you're like, oh, let me just bundle up. You're like, it's cold, but not cold enough to. It's hard to layer for.
Yeah, for sure. I get it. Yeah, it's not cold enough to bundle. It's not cold enough to wear it all, but it's hotter than. Yeah, I know you were getting. I was trying to read and talk at the same time. Bad idea. Cool. All right. Well, I think we'll move on. I think it's time to get down to the meat and the bones and the potatoes of this whole show and the whole reason that we're all here. It's definitely not to listen to me and Willie talk about weather. That's for sure. But it will happen. You guys will listen to us talk to weather a little bit later on, more in depth. I'm sure of it. It'll happen. Always does. Especially when, maybe we'll ask our guests what the weather's like in Mexico right now. I don't know. Could be. So anyways, moving things along, I would like to bring our guest up to chat with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where I'd normally play some applause to. Please welcome up to our stage the wonderful Empress Trash.
Hi. How are you guys doing?
Good. Excellent. How are you doing?
Good. Just chilling. Just got to Mexico City a couple weeks ago, so I've just been settling in here and getting used to being in like a mega city again. But otherwise really good. Yeah.
Like mega city, when you moved there, when we talked a couple weeks ago and you were moving there, like I was like, man, that's a big city. And I went and I looked at it, like Google Earth it and stuff. It's like, wow, it's big city's kind of an understatement. It's a huge bloody city.
Yeah, it's one of the top 5 cities in the world. People don't realize like what Mexico City entails a lot. It's bigger than New York City. It's bigger than I think most cities in America. So yeah. And there's a lot of art here and a lot of great things here. And there's just a depth of culture that's like insane because it's the heart of what was the Aztec Empire. And then this city is like built on top of it. So it's a lot of layers to unpack being here, but it's awesome. Yeah.
That's cool. Well, we'll definitely have to dig a little bit further into that later. I have some questions for you because I've never known anybody to live there. I've known people to visit, but I guess you've only been there a couple weeks too. But we'll ask some questions later for sure. Thanks for coming to us tonight. Thank you for giving us your time. I'm really huge on this because honestly, for as much as I see you around and I've communicated in here and there and shared tweets, I don't know much about you. Which is kind of the way we like to keep it on the show sometimes. We don't like to do a lot of research because, maybe we'll ask some questions that we wouldn't normally ask. It's how we like to run it, or at least that's how we fake it anyways. So if you wouldn't mind, you can dox yourself as much or as little as you want. You just give us a little background on you and how you got into art, and if you don't mind.
Yeah, so I have always been an artist, as long as I can remember in some capacity. Um, when I got, oh, where do I start? So, like, when I was 13, I left home. I, like, ran away from home, and then I emancipated myself and became, like, an adult, like, a full, just, like, I just take care of myself. Because I came from, like, a really shitty background. And then I ended up moving in with like a family that I call them my like foster family, but they're not really a foster family. They just kind of like let me stay there and like I paid rent and everything to them. But like they were like a more well-to-do family in the small town in Minnesota that I grew up, and they saw how good of an artist I was, and they didn't want me to just like go completely feral and be like a street kid. And so they like took me in to like try to teach me how to be like half normal human being in society. And they really were who pushed me to be an artist. Like I actually, for a while in high school, like was convinced I was going to go into like the Navy or National Guard, and they were like, no, don't, like you're too sensitive and you're too much of an artist to like do that. Don't do that. um and then they pushed me to go. I got into Minneapolis College of Art and Design, and I actually was there on like a full scholarship and everything. But then I ended up dropping out because I just couldn't, like at that point in time, I was 18, just out of high school, really fucked up still. And I just couldn't handle the pressures of it. And also, like, I was the only kid from poverty in the school at that point. So like it was all trust fund kids and then me, and I just couldn't make a friend to like save my life because rich kids kind of suck, especially rich art kids are really mean. Um and at that
Well,
point,
they're mean if you're not rich,
yeah, they're mean if you're not
right?
rich. They're really mean if
Yeah,
you're not rich.
yeah,
Um
they're kind of stick to their own kind.
yes, and I was not welcome there culturally. Even though the school welcomed me there, I wasn't welcome there culturally. So I dropped out, and for most of my 20s, like I was just like, I'm an art school dropout, whatever, woo woo. And I just partied, and I got married and divorced, and all stupid mistakes that you do in your 20s. And at some point, I decided to go back to school, and I got my BFA in painting, drawing, and design at the University of Iowa. Because at that point, like I left Minnesota and I was in Iowa, and there I really started finding more confidence in myself as an artist to put myself out there. Because for like most of my 20s, I just made art and didn't share it with anyone. Like I had a deviant art that like I would post things periodically, but like I just wasn't willing to like put myself out there. But art school really helped teach me how to like present myself to public. And also what was really great about the University of Iowa is they had like, because of my background, they gave me like a lot of extra support. So like I had like a couple therapists that like I went to all the time. Plus I had an advisor and for like art, and then I had an advisor for academics, and then I had an advisor for just like how to be in life, like how to just manage life on top of everything, and they all like communicated with each other. So like I really love to give a lot of love to the University of Iowa, because it's like they are a very top tier school, and they're also very good about taking people from, you know, poverty and helping teach them like how to manage things,
That's that.
and how to deal with everything. So yeah. And yeah, and from there, the second I graduated, I moved to California. In California, I really try to put myself out there on the local Bay Area scene. I had like an art sales internship I did when I first got to California. And then I was like doing odd jobs. And through that, I ended up like going and working on Ai Weiwei's show on Alcatraz. And that was like an eye-opening experience and like a whole thing. And that was like my first summer in California. And from there, it was just like a roller coaster ride of like doing a whole bunch of different things, and just trying to like keep afloat with like the grind of the Bay Area, but also like keep up on my like art career. At some point in there, I joined the art collective, Firehouse Art Collective, that Tom Franco, one of the Franco brothers, the quiet, arty, nerdy one. He founded in Berkeley, and I was like part of that for quite a few years. And like just like I had an art studio there, and I would like work with all the artists there, and like we would do collaborative stuff sometimes, and we would do shows and different things like that. And at some point I decided to leave that because I started feeling like I was being labeled too much of one of Tom's artists and not like my own self in myself. And like I explained this to Tom too, and like he totally got it. It wasn't like any animosity, but it's like when you're around someone with that much like social power in the art world, it's hard to like break out when you're around them to be like, oh, I'm my own person, and not just be like lumped into like, oh, you're one of their artists, cool. And at that point, I started running shows out of my house in Oakland. They were all illegal, very much. And they were just like punk shows and art shows. And we did like installation stuff, and we would have like performance art and music and all sorts of crazy degenerate things. And then COVID happened, and COVID, like, we stopped doing all of that because obviously we don't want to be the jerks that make all of West Oakland sick because we're still throwing parties during a pandemic. And I, shortly after all of that, I got a job as an art appraiser, and it seems like it'd be a cool job, but it was just like an overglorified warehouse job. And from there, I found out from a coworker after like a few months of being there, like 9 months, I think. They told me like, "Hey, have you ever heard of NFTs?" And I was like, "No." And they're like, "You should look into that." And I went home, and that weekend I like researched it, and I was like, "Whoa, this is everything I was looking for." And very shortly I got involved in all of that, and that was in 2021, early 2021. And yeah, it's been a crazy ride since, which I think more has happened in the 2 years I've been in crypto art than in my whole career combined before. So it's a lot to unpack that even. But yeah, that's pretty much like my journey to like this space and as an artist. And there's a lot more in there, obviously. I'm almost 40, so there's like a lifetime of crazy shit that's happened, and accomplishments and failures. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Fucking awesome. That was killer backstory, and to know there's more to it. That's wow, great.
Yeah, that's where I want to get.
um, I just kind of wanted to go back. What did you say you did at Alcatraz?
So for Ai Weiwei, he's like I figure a lot of people know who he is. He's like a huge artist from China. He's actually like, I think, still locked down in China. Like he can't leave China, but he does these huge art installations, and I worked on one of his shows there. So what I actually did was every day I would go out on the boat with the rangers in the morning, and like the first boat to Alcatraz, and then I would go, and there was like this cutoff area that we were getting to work in that usually they don't let the public in, where it actually used to be the prisoners' workshop. So it's like where all the prisoners used to have to work. And we would go in there, and I assembled portraits of prisoners of conscience out of Legos. So he essentially, Ai Weiwei sent us like blueprints, like plan, like I can't, blueprints is the best word I can think of. Schematics, that's the word, of like how these needed to be assembled. And then we just had like Legos in front of us, and we just had to assemble them. But what was crazy about that was we were doing it at a time when there was actually like birds roosting outside that were like protected birds. So we had to like be absolutely silent the whole time doing it. Like we could have headphones in, but we couldn't talk to each other. We couldn't, like, we had to make as little noise as possible. So it was like this
Wow.
weird meditative thing, and very meta, because it's like we're working in the prisoner's workshop assembling Lego portraits of prisoners of conscience, but we were like under such strict guidelines. Like it was almost
Much
felt
like
like we were,
prisoners.
yeah, it felt like we were prisoners. And like, but I mean, we could step out at any time and go to like a different area if we needed like a break. It's not like we were being forced to like do anything. Like we could come and go as we pleased, and like we just could work when we wanted, but we still wanted to like get stuff done because there was a deadline for when the show was going to open. But essentially the whole show on Alcatraz was about prisoners of conscience, like people, political prisoners and stuff. And I just worked on like one microcosm of it, which was the portraits of them. Um, so
In
yeah,
Lego form.
in Lego form, yeah, they were Lego portraits.
Was the whole show Legos?
No, just that. So that was like the whole floor was like covered in them. So like you would walk in, and it was just like hundreds of portraits on the floor of them, and you had to like wander around and try not to step on them, and it was a whole thing, like how he laid it out and everything. But there was other parts. There was like a dragon that I can't remember what that represented. It was something about freedom, but I didn't work on that one. So I didn't like, it was like I was so in the prisoners' portraits that like everything else I was like, yeah, that happened. But like it was like my life for like a few weeks was assembling them. So that's what's burned in my brain.
Yeah,
That
totally.
wow. In Legos to boot. Like
Yeah. You're after like 8 hours of doing stuff with Legos, like your fingers are wrecked. That's all I can say. Like, it's like your finger, like I got these crazy calluses. It was, yeah.
you got a firm handshake, that's Lego. Lego
That's
with
the like that was my time on Alcatraz.
that's even better. Totally love it. That's crazy. Okay, well, I'm glad I went back to that and I missed what you said there. That's awesome. Um, the University of Iowa, the help that you got there, that's wild. I mean, just listening to your background that you've given to us, I mean, obviously the universe had a path for you. I mean, that's the way it seems laid out to me, anyways. I don't know. I'm not like really a huge believer in that kind of stuff, but man, if ever there was a person that was, you know, meant to go down a certain path, it definitely seems like it with you for sure.
Yeah, I am a deeply spiritual person, and I think that may be why I have a path. Like, I don't know, I think it goes hand in hand. It's like my faith in whatever, and my faith is really in art. Like that's my true love and passion in this world, and that's what's guided me out of everything. And whatever art manifests itself and how it manifests myself in my life is like what I try to follow. But if it wasn't for me throwing myself completely into that, I probably would have been lost long ago. And I just think like when you go through a lot of shit, there's a point. like for me, it was a very early in my life where it's a point where you either decide you are going to go and grow and become something more than whatever it is you were served, or you just succumb to like the demons that are around you. And like my whole life I've just been like, no, I'm not going to succumb to those demons. They follow me definitely. Like it's like I can't go through what I went through without being like broken and crazy in some way. But I really just try to stay focused on the thing that has always been there for me, and that's art. And I've said this to a lot of friends and stuff. I don't say, I mean, and I probably said it publicly a few times, but it's just like, yeah, I mean, art is really it. It's what saved my life and keeps me going and still keeps me going. And it will be there until the day I die, because I view it as kind of like my like both like my one true love and my child and my like spirituality and like everything that like anytime I feel like I'm missing something in my life, I'm just like, oh well, art can fill that void and I can just keep moving forward. So yeah.
That's it. Willie and I have been doing this space for almost a year, and it gets echoed all the time that basically the art as a therapy, the art for whatever it is, like it's 99% of the artists on here, and probably the other 1% probably had a story that we just didn't get to, but it's like, yeah, it's so therapeutic, it's so self-medicating, whether you're enjoying looking at it or creating it. And you said it right there. It's what's why you're here. It's why you're
It it is, and it's like it's what helps me connect with other people. I probably would have never been able, because I was so isolated and like messed up as a kid, and like I probably never would have learned how to connect with other people if it wasn't for art. And it's always been kind of like the buffer for me to be able to like navigate through it all, even before college and when I was just doing art to do art. It's like I still would share it with like people in person because I'd be working on it still like all the time. And it's just I never really put it out there in the world because I just was like I didn't want to I didn't wasn't ready for that kind of judgment on like in the world scheme of like putting it out there too much. um but yeah, art is, and it's like the safe space to be able to communicate like whatever it is I need to communicate, or even being able to communicate with myself, because there's a lot of things that happened to me when I was young, and I can't verbally articulate like what happened, but I can draw or paint it out to myself, and then it's like communicating with myself in that facet. Because then I can see, oh, that's what happened. That is what I'm feeling. That is what I'm trying to say to myself. And I think that's the most key part of it being therapeutic. There's still art pieces I've done that I don't even completely understand yet, and I figure at some point I'll just keep looking at them and like it will reveal itself to me like what it is I'm trying to even say to myself. Because they all like all my art, like there's a lot of layers to everything going on, but it's like it definitely like all of it is at the base core communication to myself, and then some of it is a communication to other people in a mindful way. um and some of it is like commentary on like bigger things going on, but it's still there's always that root of like it's a point of self-reflection for me.
That's beautiful to hear. Love it. What's your? I mean, obviously you're doing digital now. Is that your favorite way to like? What was your favorite way of creating your art, or is it always mishmash?
It's always been mishmash. So I've always like I actually, let's see, I when I was a kid I drew all the time. Like, and I never did color. I only drew black and white when I was a kid. And I actually didn't start doing color until like my mid 20s, which is really weird because it's like now people know my art for its color, and it took me a long time to discover how to use color and like wield it in a way that I felt like I wanted to, because color is very powerful and it works on a lot of different subconscious levels with people. And I always felt like whenever I tried to do color before that, it was not the intentions I was trying to put in. So I just stuck to black and white forever, like a long time. And then when I got to high school, I really I focused a lot on ceramics because I really like the physicality of clay, and I like beating on clay is like how I got a lot of my teenage angst out. Like literally just beating the shit out of clay.
That's the
And yeah. And I also like did drawing and then some Photoshop. Like I really started doing like Photoshop stuff in high school too. And that's when I started doing digital art, but I never, and then photography also came at that point. Um, and as I got older, like I always kept the traditional thing going, definitely. And when I got to college is when I started like really painting a lot, like oil painting and acrylic painting and everything. Um, but then I quickly started doing digital painting at that time. Also, it was like when I was in college, it was like the first iteration of Procreate came out on the iPad, and I like one of my friends actually like got me like a little iPad mini at the time and like got me Procreate. And I had to you didn't even have an Apple Pencil then. Like you had like a little, like you could use your finger, or they had those like really nubby rubber styluses. And so I started playing with digital painting then, because I was doing digital painting on in Photoshop and stuff then too. But yeah, so I've been like, I stepped away for a while. Like, so then, and I go back and forth. So then I was like, for a while I was doing digital and traditional. And then for a while I actually dropped all digital because I was working in tech for a little bit to like just make ends meet, because it's like I was just needed a job essentially. And I got to a point like I'm on a computer all day. Like I do not want to come home and be on a computer. Like I want to be in an oil painting. And that was like really what I focused on for quite a few years when I was living in California, was just like oil painting. But then once I left tech, I started wanting to do digital art again. And that's when I started making more mixed media things and like scanning in traditional stuff I was doing, like the watercolors or drawings or paintings, and playing with them. And then starting to do Procreate again. And I had like I have a Surface Pro still. And so I was doing like painting on there and drawing on there. And then when like a lot of what held me back in doing digital stuff was because I'm just like, well, how do I display this and sell this? And I was just like, I really love doing this, but how do I like make this a living doing this? Because I don't want to just do commercial work. Because at that point it was like the way like it was taught to me in college, it's like if you do digital stuff you have to work for like a corporation, because then you're a graphic designer. And if you do traditional stuff, then you can display it in a gallery. And that's like when I found out about NFTs and stuff, I was just like, fuck yes. Like this is how to be able to share the digital art and still like have a provenance and have some sort of living from it, and deep dive it and explore it, and have it be taken a little bit more seriously by the art world than just like, hey, I made this cool thing, and then the gallery looks at you like, what the fuck is this even? Like, how do we like display this or whatever? Do we just project it? Okay, how do we sell this? That type of stuff. So yeah, like NFTs really spurred me into deep diving the digital side again, which I was already starting to go back into. And now, because I was a nomad for over the last year, I only was doing digital, and I kind of view it as balancing out the time that I was only doing traditional. Like I have to like swing the pendulum back a little bit and be like, okay, well now we need to play a little bit of catch up because you were ignoring this part of your art for a while. But now that I'm back here, or now that I'm here in Mexico City and I'm like looking for somewhere more permanent to stay, like I want to get an art studio again and start doing traditional again. But I'm also not in a super rush because I find a lot of pleasure and joy in doing digital work. And I've actually been doing VR painting, which kind of hits the button of that physicality of paint. It's not exactly the same, but it really, like, it at least sates me so I don't get that like crazy like, oh my god, I have to go out and buy a canvas right now and da 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 da. Like it hits the itch enough where then I'm just happy to stay in the digital realm. I also like how like little of stuff is with digital. Like,
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was doing traditional a long time, and like doing a traditional art show is so labor intensive, and my body is just like no more. And at least in digital is like, oh, my body's like, yay, like I'm not exhausted from doing this, thank you. And you still get to express yourself. So yeah.
Figuring it out. Technology. There's an example. Technology is working for somebody. Finally.
It
And that's
does. It works for a lot of people.
that's definitely an interesting point that I don't think we've heard before about the difference between physical and digital.
The accessibility aspect of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's a huge thing that I preach and I'm about, like, as a whole, just because I mean I do deal with a lot of like pain issues just from shit I've been through, like a lot of the shit in my childhood and adult life, the stupid mistakes I've made. So I have a lot of chronic pain, and like the older I get, of course, like the chronic pain, like it's chronic pain. It doesn't just like get better
yeah.
with age. So yeah, like digital, and that's just one example of it, is me with like the physical limitations that can happen with just the pain issues. But then also like the accessibility of it, like specifically with AI stuff too, and just like allowing people who don't think that they can do art to like start exploring that side of themselves. And like there's a whole like technology, that's the whole point of it, is it's to help alleviate the human condition in my mind. And it's like, and so when I see people railing against technology anymore, I used to be one of those people, like, mind you. But when I see people railing against technology anymore, I actually just see people railing against like a whole multitude of people with like different like disabilities or accessibility issues when it comes to creating art, telling them like, no, you can't do that, no, that's not valid because you're using a new technology. Like, and so that's why like a lot of times like I tend to fight with people on the internet about that stuff, because I just view them as being like these ableist assholes who are trying to like take joy away from people who haven't had joy in a long time maybe, and they're finding joy in creating, with the new technologies that are coming out. And I don't want to see that joy taken away from them, because that joy is what got me through life, that joy of creation, and knowing that I have the ability to create, and I want other people to feel that. And like I want that fire to spread throughout all of humanity. Like I would love it if everyone in humanity at some point realized they were an artist and were like, whoa, like I can create cool shit too, instead of like attacking others who do it and stuff like that. So I don't know, that's my super like idealistic, altruistic side, which I think like sometimes gets lost because I tend to be a confrontational bitch about stuff. So but there's a reason behind that confrontation,
I,
essentially.
I,
So
I think it's fabulous because I mean, it's just like anything in life. There's always got to be somebody that's going to stand up and fucking, you know, speak out for for people that may just cower or revert back into a hole that they just came out of, sort of thing, right?
or may not even be able to speak up for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. You're the
Yeah,
leader.
I definitely see that from you and your Twitter a lot.
Yeah.
And I love it. Because, it's it's
I,
not something we see a lot in this space. The space is so, you know, everything's good all the time. And you really like to point out the things that are wrong with it.
yeah. I,
yeah, and it's not trying.
ableist asshole was my favorite part of that whole thing. Sorry.
Well, it is in my mind. And it's not that there isn't a lot of good here. It's just, and it's like I wouldn't be here for 2 years if it wasn't for all the like good shit that's here and the good people that are here who get it and are trying to like help build up other people and not tear them down. But yeah, like I think like this space does need criticism. And that is something that I have brought in since day one, because I come from that fine art background where literally like art school was like I was criticized until I cried and like my ego was completely torn down that I had at that point. But it wasn't malicious, like they were just abusive. Like my teachers were trying to tear down the bullshit to help rebuild me as an artist and as someone who can take the criticism, which I still to this day, like I'm still learning how to take the criticism. That's something I think as an artist, like you just are constantly learning. And as you grow, criticism grows and you learn how, like, you get new criticisms and you learn how to deal with it and you learn what to listen to and what you don't want to listen to. Um, but like I also like everything I'm saying and do is coming from a place of love for wanting to see like NFT technology be what it promises, I think. And it's like not a bunch of phony, false promises, wag me bullshit. Like, I want it to be real. Like, I want that dream to be real. And I want it to not just be for me. I want it to be for like a lot of people. I want it to be for anyone who's like, yeah, I have this dream too. I want them to be able to have that. And I think that's where the criticism comes from. And it's like, where it's just like, no, like, I don't know, like, don't feed me false promises. Like, pay up. Like, show me that this is a real thing happening. And I know a lot of that too comes from like my like background of abuse. And it's like I had people, feeding me a lot of bullshit and leading me on to like, for whatever reasons, like throughout my life. And it's like, I think like now I've developed this like bullshit radar where I have zero tolerance in my personal bubble, but then it also leaks out into like the NFT space too, which, yeah, again, it's not coming from a place of malice. It's more of just like, I guess, wanting to see more and wanting, like I said, all the promises to be true. Because that's, I think, a lot of people come here from broken backgrounds, not just me. And I don't want to see me exploited, and I don't want to see other people exploited. Like, that is the one thing that pisses me off more than anything is like, it's like we came here as artists to break free from exploitation. And I want to make sure that freedom somehow endures. Somehow. I don't know.
Preach.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, Willie. Preach it. Love it, girl. Yeah. Um, yeah, like seeing the things that the bullshit when the bullshit radar goes off and you speak about it on Twitter, like right after Miami there was the problem of people's pieces not being showed because of technical difficulties, and you kind of called some folks out on that kind of crap, right? That the same artist, it keeps happening to the same artists and stuff like
Yeah,
that. And you laid it right out there.
I did, and I wasn't trying to attack. I was just laying out the pattern I was seeing. And when it's like, it's one thing when a mistake happens and like it's a one-time thing or a two-time thing, but when I start seeing patterns of a mistake and the same mistake, then that starts to me like being like, well, there's some malice here. Like
Yeah, it's
I'm
no longer a mistake.
yeah, it's purposeful at that
Yes.
point.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not trying to accuse anyone of anything. And maybe it's a completely subconscious thing. Like maybe people, it's completely unrelated and it's these subconscious biases that people have. Like I totally accept that. But at the same time, it's still a pattern. And it, like, when I see it, like, I have to say it. And from that, though, like, I mean, Maker's Place reached out to me. They offered me to be a curator on their site, so like I can like onboard people when I want to. Like I get like so many people I can onboard a month. It's not like a carte blanche. Like I can onboard everybody, but it's like they give me like 20 people I can onboard a month, and they're working with me on like other things. So I think it like, what I've found in this space is every time that I speak up about something, I get heat for a while, and it sucks, and it's an emotional process, and I cry and I hide and I get angry and all the different things, but eventually something good comes from it. And I really hope, like, I try to point that out too, because I hope that kind of empowers other people to say things when they see a pattern developing with certain stuff. Um, and it's like I really, really, really try to abstain from attacking other artists too much, because one thing I really don't, it's like we're all like fucking trying out here, and we're all like trying to do our hustle, and it's like once in a while it's like it happens, and most of the time it's when someone tries to come at me and I'm just like, no, fuck you, like I'm not taking this. But it's more of trying to like point out like ideals and patterns and behavior on a systematic level that I try to focus my attention on, because that's where the real change happens. It's like, you can, personally attacking someone doesn't change them. It makes them angry and hurt. And if you attack the idea behind it, though, and remove that personal attack, I mean, that's really what, like, I have the issue with in general. And it's what I think we each have the issue with in general when we have, like, conflict with each other. It's like, I think, like, humans intrinsically all love each other at the end of the day, and we all want to feel that love from each other. But all the conflict comes up when there's just either miscommunication or like ideals are conflicting, because that is the reality of this world, is there are a lot of different ideals out there and they are conflicting with each other. But one thing in my time meditating that I've learned is it's completely cool for one person to hold two ideals and two very disparate truths at the same time. Like, people can do it. I can do it. I can hold, and it's like some people are like, oh, it's hypocritical. It's like, no, it's accepting that we're like multifaceted people. Like, we can have many different viewpoints and they all can be valid. Like, one doesn't have to be eradicated for the other to be more valid, is like what I try, how I try to navigate. And it doesn't, I mean, like, I'm still human. It's not like I'm like some like perfect immutable person that doesn't fuck up all the time. But it's like, for me, like, I just try to own my fuck ups to myself and do better next time is the big thing, and keep going. I don't know, that's a lot of big ideas that I just threw out there, sorry.
I'm loving it. I mean, everybody in this space right now that's in here, if you don't come out of here with a different look on the world or as a better person after listening to Empress Trash, I don't know what to say. Like, I love no, everything you say. It just like it gets my brain going. It gets me pumped up. Like, you're your vibe and everything you believe is, I think, well, it jives with what I believe too. And you got the backing to stand up and use it, which is awesome. Beautiful. I think
Dude.
I think anytime you do that as well, that you definitely have a lot of people that got your back out here too. 100%. I've seen that in your tweets and the followings, like, you know, you
Well,
definitely
and
got.
part of that is because I've had a lot of people's backs, and it's
Yeah, dude. I
yeah.
mean, that's what I wanted to say, man. I don't mean to jump over, but man, I mean, you brought me into the fold, man, and then being around and observing IRL uh, situations, how you champion artists, and and kind of mentor is such a beautiful thing, dude. It's something that you don't see on Twitter or in the feeds, but I mean that's huge.
Yeah, and I'm not always nice about it either, though. That's the thing. But it's also what I learned from my painting teachers. Like I'm just doing what they did to me. They were not always nice to me. I love to share this story. Actually, my first painting teacher, I kept like putting the paintbrush in my mouth. Like I have an oral fixation in general, but I would get deep in thought and like put the paintbrush in my mouth. And like he at first told me like stop doing that because there's like really you're going to get cadmium poisoning and go crazier. Like he already recognized I was insane. He was just like you're going to go crazier and like don't do that. And he started off nice telling me, but then eventually he started just straight up hitting me in the back of the head every time I did it until I stopped. And it took a lot of him hitting me in the back of the head until I stopped. And I never got mad at him for it though, because it's like he was right. Like I shouldn't put a paintbrush full of cadmium paint in my fucking mouth. But I just couldn't do the self-regulation and control to like not do it. And I don't know, like sometimes it's like the words I say and what I say may come across as harsh, but it's like it's not trying to like necessarily hurt other people. It's like no, like come on, like let's move forward, stop putting the fucking paintbrush in your mouth is like how I view it. And I don't know. And it's like that tough love is really what like made me grow as a person. And it's not that I'm trying to like I don't know. Some people need maybe like more gentleness and it's like I try to provide that, but it's like at the end of the day, sometimes it's like a hard no is what's needed. And I think what people need to hear sometimes because until like they understand that self-regulatory part, it's really hard to move forward, is what I've learned. And I may be right or wrong in that. My teacher may have been right or wrong, like may have been wrong in hitting me, but like it wasn't like he was hurting me. He was trying to just stop me from poisoning myself. And I think it's like that same mentality I try to like bring to things, if that makes any sense at all.
That makes sense 100%. And it's very, very true. Like I always like to tell people that, things that cost you money or cause you pain are very good lessons. So a smack in the back of the head is just sometimes what it takes to, not saying that it was a painful, like you said, but it was just like, no, sometimes you need that shock value. You need that one thing to go, oh yeah, wait a minute. I don't want to get smacked in the back of the head again. I think it's brilliant. I actually think stop putting the paintbrush in your mouth. I think that's going to be the coffee mug saying tonight. Like that's going to be the one that I want to see in a coffee mug or on a t-shirt. Stop putting the paintbrush in your mouth. Empress Trash.
I'm still learning. I'm still learning. I still feel that spot on the back of my head. But I think I mean, we're learning until the day we die.
Well, the
And then
fact,
we're
yeah,
still
absolutely.
learning.
And the fact that you're talking about it now and it just shows it's there. It wasn't all mute. That's cool. As I think about that's what my mom was doing all these times, smacking me. Huh. I gotta look
I think
back on
it's
my.
great that those are going to be the internet quotes that people have, as their random quotes for the day, in 3 generations from now. Like we put up Dolly and Picasso quotes.
That's right.
We're gonna
This
have
one
stuff with the paintbrush in your mouth. Empress Trash.
this one will be on some 10th grade art room teacher's wall.
Yeah.
No, that
Uh,
should be, I'll give it credit to Patrick Ellis, who was my teacher at the time. And he actually learned that from what's his face? Theobald. That's who he learned painting from. And then, so I always view Theobald as like my grandpa in painting. And then Patrick Ellis is my dad in painting. And he hates the internet though, so I never talk to him. He's like such a traditionalist. He never checks his email. But his wife I talk to periodically, so because she will go on the internet. But yeah, give him credit for it. He's the paintbrush dominator.
Smack.
Dude. So speaking of the internet and digital art, um, can we get into Trash and Glitch and how that all came about?
I don't know how it came about. I mean, for me, I'll say my
Oh yeah,
story.
yeah, yeah. That's
I
what I
mean,
meant.
like, there's a lot of arguments around trash art, so I just like we like to argue. We're one big dysfunctional family. um, but I don't know. Glitch art came from the '60s. If we're gonna like deep dive that, and like that, it really came about when technology came about. Is the glitch art started then, and um it's been like it used to be analog stuff, and then with the rise of digital technology, like digital glitch has also risen. I view glitch art basically as artwork that is disruptive of perception or systems or technology in some way, uh like and disrupting it with the intention. So like this gets into like the weird stuff of like, for me it's like literally like television is called programming. Like there's a certain programming that our media is putting out there for us to think and act a certain way. And people will be like, well, that's paranoid, blah blah blah, but it's literally called programming. Like they're telling, like, it's very much like out there that is what it is. um, and I view glitch art as at the core something that disrupts that. And in with the end goal in my mind of having the person start self-actualizing in some way, and not just relying on other people telling them what to do and on the mainstream narratives telling them what to do, but to like break that perception enough for them to be like, whoa, wait, I am a human that can make my own conscious thought, and whatever that manifests as. And I think like some people find glitch art confrontational because of that, and it is, because it's confronting that core thing that a lot of humans share because we all consume media in some fashion. I actually made the joke recently that also like, and I think it's more true the like more I think about it, that like glitch art is just trying to like capture that high of like looking at scrambled porn as teenager. Like, it's like disrupting, but at the same time, like there is like a dopamine rush that comes with it. So, um, I don't know. Like, and I actually, like, I remember a while ago, I actually tweeted out like a poll, like, do you think like AI and like the algorithm and like all the like semi-sentient technology, like, does it view glitches like an aggressive thing or is it like an orgasmic thing for them? And the poll actually was like most people are like it's an orgasmic thing. And it also makes me think of like that Futurama with Bender like hitting electricity, like for anyone who's seen that episode. And so I don't know, like, yeah, that's a weird tangent, but also like it goes into it all. Like, I think everyone who does glitch art, we get pleasure from what we're making. Like when we are making it, it's like a process, and we are trying to find that point in all the chaos where it hits our brain a certain way and a feeling, and then that's when we know it's done. I think that's a really huge commonality that I've heard from a lot of glitch artists, and it's me included in that. But um I think like, and I can't say everyone is like that, but I just think that is like a predominant commonality. And like there's so many subgenres within glitch too, and I think like we see it developing more and more in the space. So there's like the X copy style glitch, which is like the like kind of like Procreate flashy drawings, which I do that. And then there's like the analog style glitch, which is like, you know, like Max, who's in the audience, and Dania and Ina, and like a lot of amazing artists who like literally break technology or do like feedback loops with technology, like analog technologies, old school technologies, to create the work. And then there's also digital glitch, where it's like maybe the same aesthetic as analog glitch, but they're like we're using different programs to create that aesthetic. And a lot of times when I'm doing that style of glitch, I'm also trying to break the programs. So I'm trying to push the programs to the breaking point, and then I'm like, okay, and then I come back a little bit from that, is how I get a lot of my like digital glitch. I don't do any analog glitch at all. I only do digital. And the like, I don't even know what the X copy style would be called. Everyone just calls it glitch, but I feel like it's a subgenre, because it's like there's glitch, and then there's like all these different styles of glitch, and that's like one of the styles. It's not like it's only, that's not like just glitch. But I think there's been debate about what to call like the like Procreate flashy stuff. I don't know if it would just be digital glitch or like
Yeah,
illustrative glitch, maybe
I
like
don't know.
something.
What I kind of call it in my own brain is like seizure art, and that kind of stems from the warnings that you can put um, in the metadata. It's it's kind of you know uh, seizure-y, but I mean it's fucking rad.
It is. And a lot of my drawings, I just call it like wiggle, but it's not like, I don't know, I just like making things wiggle. But I don't that's not I wouldn't call that the subgenre. But I know there has been like discussions on Twitter about it and stuff, what to call it, and there's been different names thrown around, but I just don't think one has stuck, and it's just like it gets called just like straight glitch art. And it's really hard to categorize art in the moment when you're in it, in the culture and making the art. That's all I can say. Like people are like, define this or like categorize this, and it's like I kind of view it as like that's something for future like people to kind of worry about, because right now like all of us are on the leading edge and creating, and it's like if you try to categorize while you're creating, it kind of loses something for me, at least, because it's like that it's the human need to like put things in boxes and categorize, and it's like, well, no, I'm trying to push against that and trying to build out, and it's like I'm trying to like open things up, and it's like categorization, I feel like, limits. So it's really hard for me sometimes to like talk about that stuff, because it's like I'd rather push the boundaries of what the definition is than like limit the definition.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that the like the X copy stuff was considered glitch.
Yeah, it is. It's like people call it glitch. A lot of people call it glitch.
I just thought it was, I don't like Mike says seizure art or just
Yeah.
GIF art, if anything.
Yeah, I mean that's what it used to be called. Tumblr days was just anything that was a GIF was GIF art. Um so yeah. I don't know.
Seizure art just kind of doesn't have that really good selling point. It's kind
No,
of like
it doesn't.
selling.
No, not really. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Want to try our new death cigarettes? No.
No.
So when did you get into the trash art?
I mean, I've been doing like
Forever?
my version of trash art since high school. I actually have a mint, and my first. So like there's two stories around this that I like to share. But my first is I went to Germany when I was like 15, I think, through school. Like I got like a scholarship and everything, and I like worked my ass off to pay for the rest. And in Germany, like I finally got to see like my first castle and everything. And it was super cool. Like I'm been obsessed with castles since I was like a little kid. So it was one of those moments of like, oh my god, castles are real. Um, but the first castle I went to, like I remember like everyone was like oohing and ahhing and taking pictures of like the architecture, and I looked over and there was like a trash can, and it had like the way things were laid out in it. I was like, damn, that's aesthetic as fuck. And I took a picture of it, and like the people I was with, which they're all other 15-year-olds, they're just like, what is wrong with you? Like, why are you taking a picture of this trash can? And I'm like, I don't know, it's just like it hits. It's like there's something about the layout of it, and it's like I'm in this huge majestic important moment for me, but it's like I'm like focused on this trash can. And
There's still
actually,
real life going on there.
yeah, I don't know. And that's like the first time I remember doing like anything related with trash. And then even from that, like I tried to submit that picture to like different art competitions and stuff like that. And of course it was rejected. It's just a picture of trash. And it's like I'm just some punk ass teenager being like, no, you don't understand. Like this is like high conceptual stuff. Like, and like everyone in the competitions who are drawing like beautiful portraits and stuff are winning, and it's like I'm just rejected fully. So
And now
yeah.
all those judges would be like, God damn it, do you remember that one piece we got?
Yeah. And then the other point of trash art, like one of my first trash arts, which I don't have pictures of, but this is like probably my favorite story ever, is in high school I used to just like get high with my friends, of course, and we would like drive around and do stupid shit because there's a small town, and a lot of times we would steal signs, and a lot of times we would like find shit on the side of the road and just like do stupid shit with it. And one time we found a toilet, like a porcelain toilet, and we like took it, and we were just like stoned driving around like, yeah, we got this toilet, like let's cause some trouble. And we just like couldn't figure out what to do with this toilet. And it's like was hours of us just like, oh yeah, like we're such badasses, this toilet. But then by like after a few hours we're like, we don't know what to do with it, like
Now
at
you're stuck
all.
with someone
And
else's trash toilet.
yeah, like we just like it kind of petered out, and I was like, guys, I'm bored, like just take me home. And they're like, fine. And like on the way to my house where I was living with like my foster family, they lived on like the one hill in town, and there was a park. Like the house I was in was on one side of the hill, and then there was a huge park on the other side, which was like the center of town. And so right before they dropped me off, we just like dumped the toilet at the top of the hill in the park. And then they dropped me off, and we didn't think about it or anything because we were just like, we just, whatever. Like we were bored and we just didn't know what to do with this toilet, and we just dumped it before I went home. Well, the next day we wake up, like we go to school, get to school, and everyone is talking about the toilet in the park in the center of town. Like everyone. It even got to the point that like the little local newspaper, I think, like wrote about it or something. Like people were freaking out because they thought it was a political statement of like something about something going on with local politics, and like the toilet was like saying
How shit
something
the
to,
parks are in town.
yeah, something like that. And it's just like none of us said it was us, and none of us like we're just like, no, we were just stoned and found this toilet and we didn't know what to do with it. And like we just like sat there and watched like all of it unfold, and we're like, man, these people are crazy. And then like it made me realize like the power and just like the absurd, and also the power in just like following intuition. Like to this day, I know like a few people I went to high school with, like I ended up telling them like later in life about it, and they're like, what the fuck, like that toilet. But like it was one of those things.
Legit.
It was just like we were just stoned teenagers, but the people, how they perceived it, it like blew up beyond that. And I realized like how people's perceptions are going to be whatever they are, and it's like you can make a statement without meaning to make a statement, and you just have to like go with it, and like either like you own it or you just sit back quietly and watch the drama unfold like we did. um so
Let
yeah.
let the rats eat themselves.
Yeah, like I don't know, the toilet thing I still think about a lot, like just how the whole town went crazy because there was a toilet in the park, and how it just disrupted so much. I don't know. And not one, I mean, none of them really were like, oh, maybe it was just stoned teenagers. Like, no one ever said that, too. It was like, it just instantly blew up. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, and if there had been like a sink there and some cabinets and some other, it's like, oh, somebody just dumped their construction site. But a
Well, not
single well-placed
not
toilet
set up nice.
Yeah,
does speak a lot more volumes than, a lot of other
it
stuff.
was, it was really well placed. We did a good job.
You were thinking about it at some point in the placement there. You're like, you didn't just drop it off. You didn't just throw it out the side and let it break or
No, I mean,
something.
we didn't want to break it because I think like our thoughts too were like, well, maybe we'll come back for it or something.
Yeah,
It was like, we'll,
that's
we'll store this in the very predominantly placed spot for later. I don't
well,
know. Like,
I mean, come on, who in their right mind is gonna go
No
fuck
better
around with
hiding
a
spots in the
sit in
public.
a field, right?
That's a great story.
yeah.
What awesome story. Who would have known? Yeah, no, Willie. If you put the toilet and the cabinets and everything
Yeah,
out in
where
the
do you
field,
go
like and
from
set
there?
them up, like yeah, I dig it. I dig it. That's awesome. It'd really be really kind of cool to go back into the archives in that town and see if you could find anything in the news about it, like
Yeah, I
pull the
should. I think like, because it was like 96, 97. So I don't know if they have that online at all. I mean, it's a small town. I would have to like
probably
somehow.
you'd have to go to the public library there.
Yeah,
They'd
yeah.
have the microfiche, and they'd be like, "What?"
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. It was, yeah. Well, the. I mean, I wonder a lot, like what my life would have been like if I grew up with the internet, like as it is now. Of course, as every old person does, but like all the shit I did back then being documented online, I don't know.
100%. I agree with you. I know. I think it was way better off that the internet wasn't around for us when we were younger. Although I would like to have some of my memories, but I could also think that I probably would have ended up in jail at some point in time for something. Or
Definitely. I mean, like, I already was in juvie hall a couple times for bullshit. So it's like I didn't need more heat and evidence out there. So yeah.
that I think that is the most I think that's one of the most amazing trash art origin stories I've heard. I mean, that's the winner. Shut the books down.
But yeah, the name Empress Trash though came out from my time in Oakland at the house. And so that's the origin of me being just a punk ass kid is high school. But Empress Trash came from It kind of started in college. I did like a portrait of myself where it was like I had like a cardboard crown and a paper towel tube, and I did the portrait as if I was the queen of stuff, and I had a towel for like a cape robe thing. And it was because like my painting teacher at the time was like, I don't like doing self portraits in general because I feel like all art is a self portrait. Like, why do I have to paint my physicality? It was my like whole thing. And so I did the portrait just to like kind of fuck with the notion of self portraits of like royalty and stuff, and being like, oh, I'm just like I'm I'm not royalty. I'm just trash. And it's like I don't like that. That's kind of like the origin of Empress Trash, is that portrait, but I didn't actually like actualize the like artistic name until I was in Oakland. And so where we lived in Oakland was right at the intersection of, for anyone who's familiar with that area, right off of the Bay Bridge, right at the intersection of 80 and 580. And like kind of like we were right off the freeway, so people would come and dump shit all the time, not like bags of trash, but like big shit that they didn't want to pay to like take to the dump, and like random shit and clothes and stuff like that. And so what I did when I was living in that house, and a lot of my art installations were um like taking that trash I found and making stuff out of it. So, and making art installations out of it. So that's when I started. And at one point, I made like a throne thing, which I do have a picture of that somewhere, on like an old Instagram. But I made like a throne, and it was like this whole thing. And that's when I was like, I'm Empress Trash. And all my roommates and art friends were like, cool. Like, good for you. Like, no one called me Empress in real life or anything. It was just like, okay, that's your art name. Cool. And it wasn't until all of this, like, NFT stuff that people actually started calling me that. And it's still weird to me when people are like Empress and like whatever. Like, I don't know, because it is an art persona, but it's not like a performative. Like, I'm not necessarily a performative artist. I'm more like, you know, like just maybe in a way. I don't know, but it's not like I go around like pretending I'm royalty at all. It's just,
No,
I
for
don't
sure.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I totally get what you're saying there, but it's like we just own it. It's our persona, right? It's just like
Yeah.
Mike Nash, goddamn, that's Mike Nash right there, right? You know, and Laser Lou, like he's always
Yeah.
laser, like doesn't matter. You just absolutely own
Yeah.
it.
And the Empress is to like express my autonomy. So like it also comes from um there is, and a lot of people know this story too, but there is in San Francisco mythology, but it's not really mythology. There's Emperor Norton. And Emperor Norton was this dude in like the late 18,000s and early 19, like around the time of the mega earthquake. And he was just like this crazy dude who like declared himself the emperor of the United States. And he was like, he made his own money, and like people in San Francisco took his own money. And like he would make declarations all the time about stuff. Like he even declared that there'd be like a tunnel built between Oakland and San Francisco, which did eventually happen with Bart. And so he would just like, and at the time though, he sounded like a completely madman. But he was like a local legend in the area, and I always loved the story of Emperor Norton. And then also like there's like Discordianism, which is like this weird obscure religion, which I don't know, it's like an anti-religion. I don't even know if I should call it a religion, but it's like it came out of like the 60s and that area to like a lot of the hippie stuff. But in it they're like, oh, like you're your own pope, like anyone can be a pope. And I remember when I was reading that, I was like, well, what if I was an empress? Like, what if I was like more than a pope? Um, And so like I think that's where like the Emperor, I know that's where the Empress came from, was both amalgamation of like thinking about Emperor Norton and also like Discordianism, and just finding that self autonomy and being like I'm my own sovereign person and nation in a way. I haven't gone to the extreme of being like I'm my own nation yet, but it's not. I wouldn't be above that. Just being like, nah, fuck all government. I'm just me. I'm my own sovereign nation. Leave me alone.
I love that. I'm not an empress, but fuck all, but I'm above all that. Fuck it. Right. That's awesome.
I don't want to. I don't want to rule anything besides
Right.
myself. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
thing.
yes.
Like I don't want a whole nation. I just want myself to be able to be autonomous, and I think that's like really the goal of it all. That I think I fight for a lot. So yeah.
Awesome. I know when I was in Miami, I ran into you twice. I may have ran into you more than twice, but we all know on the show here that I was completely drunk the whole time I was there. So, but I do remember. I think it was outside of the Laser Lou when we were checking out Laser Lou's installation there. And I remember just sitting there and listening to you, and it was the same energy and I'm sorry, I've totally lost my words. I was trying to like boom, I had this whole speech laid up and I just fucked it up. But no, like you have an amazing energy and an amazing presence about yourself, and I just love like I'm flashing back to the times when I did interact with you or was around you in Miami, and I'm like this is exactly um what I wanted to hear. Like you really are this person. It's so fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Now, what
I was deep in a shroom trip at that point, just full. Like I was pretty deep in. Um, so I'm glad I was coherent. Glad to
absolutely.
hear that.
100%. Absolutely. Um, I'm just that's funny because on the other end, that's all I keep telling everybody that the guests that we've had on here that we met in Miami for the first time, and I'm like, "Ah, I know I met you. You gave me a sticker. I have it. I don't remember. Did we talk? Did I slur?
Oh well, I remember talking to you guys
Basement
outside of the
factory.
the big show, the big crazy thing. I remember
Yeah,
that.
that was wild. That was quite the event, man. We went back again on the third night too. The factory was fucking amazing. Yeah, that's where we met you guys. You were with Wonder Mundo and my brain just melted, but yes,
Um,
Aussie,
NFT murder,
FT Murder.
murder.
Yeah,
I love my murder.
yeah, we had NFT Murder on a few weeks ago. That was cool. Great art. Everybody we've had on's been fantastic. I just wanted to take the time just to stop a moment and definitely recognize everybody in the room. We've got a huge crew in here tonight, and of course, I definitely want to acknowledge our million shadow band listeners that are listening in tonight that we have every Tuesday. Always like to give them a shout out. You can't see them in the room, but they're here. 1 million shadow band listeners every Tuesday night. But yeah, I just wanted to give a little shout out to everybody that's down there. Daddy V Daughters, blah blah, the chick, um, uh, Proteon B. It can go endless. Lexi Hart's in here, Denver Donkey, Paper Buddha. You're all in here. I'm just not going to give everybody's, not going to lay everybody's name out because we'd be here for eons. This is one of our huge spaces tonight. And I have to thank the Empress for that. You're popular here.
I love everyone. Thank you for being here. You're all awesome. I think like most of the people in the room, like I feel very much connected to in a different way, or we've had like interactions in a different way. So I don't know. Love you.
No, and definitely look around, folks. There's some really amazing people in here that if you're not following, take a look around and follow some people in here. There's some amazing artists, things to be checked out and collected, 100% in here, for sure. And anybody that wants to come in here and give us their time on a Tuesday night and hang out with us is like it's the biggest thing to me in the world. I really appreciate it. I know Willie appreciates it. I know Mike Nash appreciates it. I'm chewing on my own tongue over here. But yeah, if anybody has a question and would like to come up and ask a question, or if you got any thoughts or anything like that for Empress Trash, definitely feel free to request. Willie's requesting, so we're going to let Willie in here. Willie keeps getting kicked out tonight.
Big glitch energy. Sorry. Both me and
That's all
Max
right.
are here. It
It's
happens.
it's a performance art piece, Willie. She's glitching you out of here.
Yeah, I've had to drop this space like 4 times. The worst connection I've had in a space for some reason. I don't know.
I've been
I'm
trying.
sorry.
I'm just not happy with the bird right now.
Hey, Willie,
Yeah.
don't worry about that. The space is recorded. You can listen back later. No, just kidding.
So speaking of Oakland and you were talking about illegal art shows.
Yeah, like underground art shows.
So like
Um,
what makes an art show illegal though?
because we weren't a verified venue. We were just a house. And like, I mean, it's a huge culture there, is just like house shows. And so, but so for those who aren't familiar, there was like the ghost ship tragedy, which happened in Oakland, where it was like a art warehouse that burned down and a lot of artists died. And after the ghost ship, a lot of the underground stuff got cracked down on a lot and was like really frowned on from doing because of that instance. And we started, us and a few other houses started doing shows and stuff again, and the city actually cracked down on us a little bit, but what ended up happening was just the fire marshal came in and like walked through the property and walked through with us and told us like, okay, just make sure to have a fire lane here, make sure not to have over this many people in the basement anymore. And like, so we ended up building like a stage in the backyard, and just like we had a huge backyard, and then so we would just have shows in the backyard. And the reason we got in trouble at all was because we had one neighbor who like just complained all the time, and we just kept doing stuff and we didn't care. Like we just were a bunch of punks just throwing art shows.
Dude, your spot has some crazy history too with the East Bay
Yeah,
punk, man.
yeah.
We haven't even got into that, man, or even the name of the spot.
No, it was Dead Rat Beach, and it was like a well-known punk house in Oakland, and it died for a while, and we resurrected it. We're like punk house necromancers. So, yeah, it had a long history of like shows there, and it's like there was like from back into like the early like the punk scene of Oakland in the 90s and stuff. And so like our argument was we were preserving the history and legacy of the house. Like, that's it. What we no, and it legit were like it was like it's I
Well,
mean we never
no council or anybody wants to get into the whole
uh,
history or preserve or whether art's art or either, right?
yeah, and like it was mostly like the city ended up they didn't co-sign it. It was just they eventually left us alone, and it was just like, and then the neighbor had to like suck shit up is eventually what happened, and the reason we stopped was COVID. um and it just never like we never really rekindled it after COVID. And then I ended up leaving, and like I was like the main person pushing for art shows anyway, so it's like I don't know if they're doing anything now. I haven't checked in with them at all, so I don't know. I mean, it was just like it was a chapter in my life of just being a punk house art historian, like preserver. I don't know.
That
I
is
don't know.
absolutely so fucking cool. I'm glad Willie brought that back up again. I forgot about that. You mentioned that earlier. Like that's amazing. I used to long for that back in the day. I always wanted to have a space because I used to go to like punk rock shows and weird events, live art performances and stuff at houses and warehouses and these strange venues all the time when I was a kid. Man, I always wanted something like that. Like it's a chapter in your life, but that's a chapter in a lot of people's lives, people that went to those
Yeah.
events, right? Like, wow.
Yeah, I think it was something I really wish I had when I was younger, and I think it was definitely like my 30s being like I can do whatever I want. I'm an adult now. I'm gonna like live this dream out. But also like what kind of kept us protected too was the money that exchanged, like we definitely like were charging money, but a lot of what we were doing was like grassroots benefit shows. So like we had a show for Punks with Lunch, and which is like a organization I used to volunteer with in West Oakland, where we did food distribution to the houseless population, and we also did needle exchange and harm reduction stuff. And then another one that I helped organize was we did a red light art show and coinciding with Failed Film Festival, and we ended up like with the Failed Film Festival, we put up a huge screen in the backyard, and we actually showed movies about sex work for sex workers, and all the money for that went to Bay Area Worker Support, which was a mutual aid fund for sex workers run by sex workers. But like that event in particular I really loved because essentially it was really classy porn, like artsy porn, and we were playing it on like this giant screen in our backyard, and like everyone was sitting around being like very, like it was all like old, like it was all like older sex workers who were like retired for the most part that showed up. And then like we had the sisters of, I can't remember the full name, but the sisters from San Francisco, they're like drag queens, and the sisters of something indulgence, I think. I can never remember the full name, but they were like, and we so it was just like this weird amazing event. But like I that one of course I did because I'm a former sex worker, and they were having a hard time finding a spot to like host. Nowhere wanted like porno showing, and through like the underground like word of mouth like scene, they found us, and then I was like fuck yeah, like let's watch these movies in our backyard. And it was a great event. That was probably one of my favorites from all of it. But then yeah, we also had like just performative art, like weird performance art, where I always remember the one where it was like this guy in like a complete like head to toe like green spandex suit, and he was playing like a saxophone, but he wasn't, and it was like noise music saxophone, but he wasn't playing to the audience. He just kept going to like the dark corners of the yard and playing to like the void. And like it was like just weird stuff like that. So I don't know, like it was like a lot of crazy things happened during that time, and it was at some point like I would love to run events again and everything. Like I even here in Mexico City, I was talking to someone, and I'm not gonna like say everything, but they brought up the idea of like starting like an art house here, and I'm like yeah, like kinda yeah. But not that, I don't know if that's going to come to fruition like right away or even in the near future, but it's like still something in my mind where it's like having that space to just let people do what they want and not necessarily like harm each other or anything, but just like get that expression out where they may be pushed aside from other places because they're doing like weird experimental, very avant-garde, very out of the box stuff. Like I just, that's the stuff I live for. Like that's what I like, I find a lot of joy in that, and especially like noise music and stuff. Like we had a lot of that. I mean, we had punk music, but we also had a lot of noise music, and I just, I love it. I love it all.
Man, noise music. I haven't heard that in a while. I saw a guy, and that's what he performed, noise music. And I remember, and this was back in the like 90s, late 90s, I think, early 90s, mid 90s. Um, and I remember he said that, and it was on the posters, and I was like, and it was what it was, but That's cool. Sorry, I have not heard that in a long time. Somebody say that noise music.
It's still around. It
Yeah,
has a renaissance in Oakland. Hopefully other places. I know other places too. But yeah.
that's wild. That's
That's
wow.
that's the first I've heard that. I've never heard that term before.
Well, I only heard it once before, and that was in the '90s. So that's crazy. Well, what a place. Like that's cool that you had that experience and you got to live it. That's a thing. Perhaps not in Mexico City as much, but definitely in North America, it's hard to have these spaces and events anymore. Like you said, like what they would worry about is like fire codes and you got to have insurance. You got to have insurance. You can't fuck
Well,
around
the
these days.
baseline is they want their cut of the money. Like that's the
Always follow the
baseline.
money.
Yeah,
Fair
that.
enough. But yeah, and it's really cool that the fire marshal just did a walkthrough with you and said, "Yeah, look, here's what you got to do." Right? I mean,
Yeah,
it only makes sense, I guess. Don't pack people into a basement. Like,
yeah. I mean, especially we were running like events about harm reduction. It's like we don't want to hurt
yeah,
people.
sure,
Like
sure.
that's
Yeah,
like we don't want to be that asshole. So
yeah.
yeah.
No, that's beautiful. That's a lot of beautiful things you just talked about, like those events. Just kind of like the Web3 world, right? Giving a place where these people can come and do their thing and be appreciated by other people without any issues. That's so cool. Nick Dimes, you popped up there. You had a question, and we got Blind Chronicles as well. Nick Dimes is still with us. Buying spaghetti sauce.
Well, first off, Bits, Willie, Mike Nash, always a pleasure. Absolutely love this show. In fact, Empress and we've had a bunch of little different interactions, and honestly, I just don't know too much about Empress till now. And so, anyways, this has just been a great show. Also, Mike Nash, Empress, seriously, I really wish we could have met in Miami. I know you guys put so much effort into hitting me up. I think I was just tired as hell, honestly.
I mean, if a DM is effort, sure.
I mean,
I mean, that Monte Carlo is going so fucking fast, man. I tell you what, man. If you blinked, you wouldn't even see it.
That's what I'm saying, Mike Nash. But anyways, here's my question, and it's a little it's a different question. Okay, Empress, if you were a star, a bright, beautiful, sparkly star, what constellation would you want to be placed in?
Interesting. Well, definitely Aries. I'm an Aries, so I would want to be with my people, so we can like flame the sky together and be the ram and headbutt everyone. So yeah, I mean, like I also like immediately thought of Orion's belt, but like I don't want to be a basic bitch in that belt. Everyone knows the belt.
Are you trying to say I'm a basic bitch right now?
No. No. But I mean that was my first thought. And I mean I guess everyone would recognize me then because it's like I'm in Orion's belt, but I would rather be with my Aries people.
Awesome. Thank you for answering my question.
It's literally the only constellation I can see from my house right now. It's Orion's belt.
Yeah. Where's Aries? I should know this because this used to be my pickup lines with the ladies back in the day. I always used to show them star constellations, but I think
it's like 3 stars. I don't know. I just know it has to be a constellation because it's the astrology sign. I don't know.
Google it and pin it. God damn, that's good. Nick Dimes, would you be in Orion's belt? Is that where you would be?
That's where I would be. Absolutely.
All right.
Better than being in the Crab Nebula.
Well, if you're in Orion's belt, you're up in the Crab Nebula.
Holy moly, Orion's my homie, man. Like if I don't know, I'd want to be left shoulder or tip of the sword, but Orion's like gives me grounding, and no matter where I am in the world, I can find Orion, and it's like it's just like, all right, dude, we got this.
Well, and because I grew up in northern Minnesota, I always remember like the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper were like the big deal for us. And like Orion's Belt was sometimes, if I remember right, but I just remember the Big Dipper was like the one that was always hanging out that you could see really easily. I don't know.
Yeah, the Orion comes out usually in the winter time.
What was that? Blind?
I said Orion comes out usually like September through the winter months, and then in the summertime it's gone again. Well, I mean, it isn't where I am, so.
Well, the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper's always up there, though. I think. Big Dipper.
That's what pushed me back into astrophotography.
Yeah. Oh. Shit, man. Well, I guess that brings us. It's a nice segue to bring us to our next person that had a question or comments. Blind Chronicles. I met Blind Chronicles. Well, didn't meet, but listened to Blind Chronicles last weekend. I was invited by Pop Lazarus to speak on his behalf on a Santa Fe NFT Twitter space, and that's where Blind Chronicles. I think I heard Blind Chronicles the first time. Fellow Canadian homie.
Yeah, I don't speak much. Yeah. I just wanted to say to Empress that sitting here and listening to your story, I should be like asleep. It's almost midnight, and I work in the morning. But I sat here and I was listening to your story while I was watching Melrose Place. I'm old. It's really inspiring. And do you remember like a year ago? I think it was a year ago. God, the space moves so fast. But it was a year ago. I read your tarot cards, and what did I tell you? I told you to find that sunshine, and walk in that sunshine. And well, by the fuck, you're doing it. So
yeah, I literally just went to the beach for like months to find my sunshine. So yeah.
Well, it worked. You're doing it. Proud of you, kid.
Yeah, and it's funny because like lately sunflowers for like the last month or so have been popping up a lot. And it's like I'm just like I like the sunflowers are like where I'm just like, yeah, I'm on the right path. Because I see like every day, multiple times a day, I'll see something sunflowers for like a month straight now. And it's like even when I like my last place in La Paz in Baja, like random sunflowers started growing in the front yard, like no rain, nothing. It was just like boop, sunflowers, and I was like, okay, cool. So
I was gonna say you are talking about in the real world, right? Not algorithms.
No, well, real world and algorithms and like all of it. Like I just see sunflowers everywhere.
Dude, that's not just boop. That's the classic Empress beep boop. The beep boop.
My robot, beep boop.
Dude, that's I love it. I don't know. I don't know if anybody else does, but that's like I get so much comfort from your beep boops. It's so great.
Man, Mike Nash, I love you, man. You're an awesome dude. I'm so happy that you fucking came into our worlds here at WX8BK. You just bring the light.
Yeah, I'm just not familiar with this beep boop is all.
I'm not either, but I just like, man.
But it's got to be something that's pretty great.
There was a person in the space that was a beep boop, wasn't it? Like a year ago, 2 years ago. So that was your bot? Or is that a real person?
Oh, I have no idea. But I know that every time I see a beep boop from Empress, I'm like, oh man, I can like lay back and cruise for a second. It's it's super like it's like comfort food for your soul, man.
Does the beep boop ever
I think you're right though. No, I mean, there have been some bots. There have been some robots in the space.
Yes, I remember we talked about That's a go.
I think Beep Boop was a real person. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? It's
You're thinking
Twitter.
Beep Bowl.
No. I know who Beep Boy is. No, not him. He's making a cool friggin' place, man. Like I think that's dope. I wish somewhere like in Canada had shit like that, But we got like what 10 feet of snow, so yeah.
You guys, did you get hammered? Did you get hammered yesterday? Because I think St. John's nailed, right?
Yeah. I'm in Fredericton, and
Okay,
I went
I
out to
couldn't.
shovel the driveway at like 6:30 this morning, and the city had plowed the street, and it was like these concrete sized like ice blocks, and I'm like, man, I can't even shovel this. I'd like pick it up and move it. Yeah, and we got another one coming Thursday too, so it's supposed to be like another 25 centimeters, and then rain on top of it or something. But yeah,
Oh, you said 25 centimeters for all of our American friends. That's like a foot.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And we've already got like I'm 6'4", I'm 6'4", and the backyard, the snow stands up to just above my knee.
Dude, we got none of that out here. It melted. Empress, you got any snow down there?
Heck no. I don't know if it snows here. I'm
I'm pretty
Just
sure
a
it
lot of
does,
fun
actually.
stuff.
I mean, we're 1.5 miles up altitude in Mexico City, and it is chilly at night here. But like during the day, it's pretty nice. It's still like 70s, and during the day, I don't know. I am cold at night though because I'm used to like the hot beach weather, and so I've been like heating pad and bundling up at night. But I don't know. I mean, we're so south. I don't think snow happens here at all. Um, at all. The last I
I,
saw snow was when I was in the desert of Santa Fe, and it snowed, but it melted like within a day or two. So
There's words you don't hear very often together. Snow in the desert, but it's
it
true.
it happens.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was in Santa Fe during February, and it snowed like a couple inches, and then it melted really quickly. So yeah.
So are you you're multi-chain, correct?
Yeah, Tesla's in ETH, and I'm currently actually working on my first Bitcoin mint. And for a counterparty, I'm making a Pepe. It's just taking me a while. I'm putting a lot of time and care into it. And because it's like, I want to honor all that they do because the Pepe crew's pretty cool. They're really great people overall. So I want to make sure my first mint is like, put a lot of time and effort and thought into it. But yeah, I started on ETH, and then I got early on Tezos, and I mostly collect on Tezos, and I mint a lot of stuff too, and a lot of like what I sell, I just goes back into like buying art. With a few times I cash out Tezos to pay bills and stuff. Um, and yeah, I own like last I checked like over 2,000 pieces on Tezos, maybe 2,500 now. I don't know. And yeah, ETH I just have been on since day one. It was my first sale was on ETH, and I still mint on there, of course, because yeah. Like ETH is, I don't know, like I feel like there's just a lot more money that moves on ETH than Tezos, and gotta pay the bills, gotta make that living as an artist. So yeah.
Yep. Definitely got to do what you got to do to make the Skrilla. 100%. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's at least you have I mean, you have the same collectors that go cross chain, and some collectors you're reaching with Tezos, and some collectors with ETH. I mean,
Yeah, and I mean, I've onboarded a lot of collectors to Tezos too, who like were ETH collectors, and then they come over to Tezos, and I'm always proud of that, to be honest, because I am glad to be that gateway drug. And like, and then they're like, who should I collect from? And then I'm like, look through my collection because there's too many people. Like, it's a good feeling. I like it. I mean, I love the community at Tezos. I love it's like early on Kate Kirst, she explained it perfectly to me, and I still think it holds true, is like the Tezos community is like the cool underground artist scene and like the warehouse scene where it's just like people are doing whatever they want and experimenting, and it's just about like connecting with each other and everything. And ETH is kind of like the uptown gallery that is like, like higher priced and more like like the different platforms are all kind of gated in their different ways besides Manifold and Foundation. um so yeah, like I still view it kind of like that, not trying to say like there isn't like highly valuable art on Tezos at all. Like there is a lot of valuable art on Tezos. It's like, but also there's a lot of valuable art that comes out of warehouse scenes too. So I think it just shows like the value in that. And I mean, like with Tez Trash and everything, it's like bringing all those people together like that too, in innovation, like in the just spirit of being like disruptive and doing punk ass shit. So yeah, I don't know. I can ramble for a while about that.
Well, absolutely. Feel free to ramble about whatever you want. That's why we're here. We're here to listen, and whatever you want to talk about is what we want to listen to. Like 100%.
Dude, talking about Tez Trash and like the philosophy of Tez Trash, and how it flies in the face with high editions and low prices. I'd love to like kind of hear your philosophy about all that.
Trash is the finest art. That's my philosophy. It's what I just keep repeating. I don't know. It's just for me, like trash art is very much like all of us have different perspectives about it, but for me, it's always about exploring like different things that we would discard from ourselves normally. That's what I always try to challenge people when they ask me, like, I want to do trash, I want to do my first trash art piece. And I'm like, well, what is your inner critic saying you shouldn't do? And then you should do it. And I think that's like the core of it for me. I personally really love like low effort aesthetic drawing. Like like I'm not saying low effort like they don't put effort into it at all, but like where it just has that like unpolished aesthetic about it, and it's like purposefully just fucked up looking. Like, I mean, you can see that in a lot of my art too. But like who I think of like that, like the top of that is Toad Swieback, Dies with the Most Likes. And I don't think he like identifies as a trash artist, but I like look at him as one because it's like that to me is like top, like that is like that's some trash art. But then there's also like the mimetic quality of like the toter and everything from Rob, and like there's like a whole bunch of different layers to it. um but I think like, yeah, essentially it's really just like another part of it too is like trash art is like to me all of the different really rebellious art movements of the last century kind of rolled into one and then hyper contextualized and in crypto with some like crypto elements to it, and then with like technology really hyper put together. So yeah, there's a lot. I mean, trash is complex. Like people just view it as a bunch of assholes sometimes, or people who are stealing art or whatever, because we're all like a lot of us adhere to CC0 ethos, where it's like we just like anyone can take our art and remix it. And I think it's like this idea of like, no, we all can share, and make stuff from each other's stuff, and like there's a sense of ownership, and like, yes, I made this piece, but like once I put that piece out there, it's like I don't have control over it after that point. Like I don't have control over the market of it. I don't have control if people are going to buy it or not. Like I can do my best to try to like get that, and I have no control if people are going to steal it. Like it's just like kind of admitting that to myself, which is why I've been a CC like Creative Commons Zero artist since day one, because one thing I learned in art school too was just like you have to let that go. Like once you put art out there, like you have control over that art until you put it out for people to perceive it, and then you have to let that control go. And I think like Creative Commons Zero is like the massive exercise for me in that, of just being like, once I put it out there, it's like I'm not claiming ownership besides the token and hopefully payment for my art, but like I'm not like concepts and everything. I'm not gonna like, I don't want to spend time arguing with people like, oh, you stole my art, you stole my idea. Like there's been plenty of times like I've in chats and stuff, I've said ideas or even come up with ideas, and people take that and run and make some dope shit from it. And if my ego is like wrapped up in it and being like, oh no, I had that idea first, how dare you, like they wouldn't be able to like make the dope stuff that they did, and then they'd feel bad, and then I'd be an asshole in a way, or they would look like an asshole, and it would start all this conflict. And it's like, instead it's like I don't know, like I put an idea out there or whatever, and it's like I know the second I communicate something to someone else, like it's fair game. Like I can't, I mean, everything is a remix in this world. Like that's the baseline of it. Um, we're even remixes, like on a DNA level. Like we're just remixes of our parents who are remixes of their parents. So it's like I don't know. Like it's in our DNA to just like derive from each other. It's part of being social creatures. So yeah, a lot of high concepts in there, but um essentially it's just like make dope shit, share dope shit, and fuck it, do what you want.
Hell, fucking yeah, dude. Yeah, that. Talk about the punk rock of it all. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. That's fucking rad.
I had party horns up after that, and all that was awesome.
Homie
That's a
said party horns.
party horns. I just said party horns.
I love it.
You brought that. You brought that to us, courtesy of your local Floridians.
Man, I should have made that sticker. Next Art Basel, you'll see
There we go.
it.
Mike Nash getting creative. How's your Empress? How's your puppers doing with the transition?
She's good. She's acting crazy right now. I don't know why. I just think because I've been talking a while and not like ignoring her. So, but like I actually flew her here, which was a whole ordeal. Flying a Rottweiler is kind of hardcore shit. And, um, mostly like she was fine. Like she, like her physically, mentally, everything, she was like whatever. It was the airline that it's like
Oh,
it's
you have a
like
Rottweiler? You're going to
like,
we're
and
gonna get we're gonna
she had to
just
ride in the cargo because she's a larger dog. And but she had like, there was another dog that was riding in cargo too, so she wasn't alone. And but it was a lot of anxiety and stress leading up to it, because I had to like deal with just a lot of bureaucratic stuff to get her even on the plane. And I was like so stressed out because I'm like, well, I'm moving to Mexico City. I can't like not take my dog, and I'm not taking my car. I'm not driving there. Um, and I had to just keep repeating that to the airline to the point that they like succumbed. And Max Capacity actually, he's like, you know what rock star shit you're doing like now? Like you're just like, no, I'm taking my Rottweiler. like, like, and I that made me feel better about all the stress, because it's like, yeah, I'm a rock star. I'm taking my Rottweiler to Mexico City on a plane. Fuck y'all. Like, don't hold me back. Like, I need this dog.
Fucking right. What? How I she like 100 pounds, 110?
No, she's really small for a Rottweiler. She
Oh, just
is only
I
like
bigger.
50 pounds. Like,
Oh,
that's why her name's Glitch, because she's a very small Rottweiler. I think she's mixed with a pit bull, actually. Um, but she just is predominantly looks like a Rottweiler, but like she has like kind of that stoutness of a pit bull. She's a rescue from the streets of Oakland, and I'm pretty sure she was in like some fighting dog situation with just how she acts sometimes. And she's my guard dog, though. She's my emotional support. Like, I was dealing with like crazy ex shit and crazy people in Oakland, and I got her specifically like to feel safer, and that's what she does. And I will not get rid of her like at all. She is my very much like I sleep at night better knowing she's here. So, and I was not a huge
oh,
thing is
sure.
I wasn't sleeping at all until I got her like a year and a half ago. Like I would medicate and stuff, but I just couldn't sleep, and like because I was just always my nervous system was always on, and then the second I got her I started sleeping again. And it's just like because I know like she's always on. Like even the other night there was just some people who came home kind of like at like 2 3 a.m drunk from the bar, and she heard them out in like the entryway, and like she got up from a dead sleep and came into the bedroom, and like she didn't bark, she just like whined like, hey, like mom, we may have to fuck some people up,
Oh,
like
yeah.
yeah, I don't know, but I don't want to draw attention, but you should get up. And so like that's the type of stuff, like that's what she does. And she also like I fall asleep at the computer a lot, and she makes sure I go to bed. She always wakes me up and gets me to go to bed, and like she's kind of like my mom. Like she doesn't eat unless I eat, like very much like she's in tune with my crazy, and like
She's your uppers, man. That's
yeah. Yeah, she's my better half. I always say too. She's way cuter and nicer than me, even though she's a mean fighting dog sometimes.
there you go. That sets the level, the bar. Yeah, I love my puppers. My puppers is everything to me. Yeah, see, and it's like, going down to Mexico City. It's not like you went by yourself, right? Like you got some good
No,
you
no,
got a
and like also I know a lot of people here. Like I've some people I've been talking to for over 2 years, or like 2 years on like through NFT stuff, and there's like a shit ton of crypto artists down here, like probably more than any other. I think LA is the only other place I've been where it has like this magnitude of like crypto artists going on. I think Miami, like there's a lot, but it's just not the same vibe. Like I think like LA and Mexico City are like kind of like major hubs of that, and like there's a lot of people here where it's like I think like a lot of anonymous artists are from here, and there's also a lot of people who like they say they're from here, and it's very like obvious they're from here. But I'm just starting to like scratch the tip of the iceberg of like the scene here. And yeah, I have like quite a few friends, and I've gone out a couple times. I'm also dealing with just like I've been in isolation in the desert and the beach for a while, so it's like going from that to like I'm in one of the top 5 largest cities in the world. It's just an adjustment period, but I'm getting there. So yeah, I'm excited overall for being here, and I plan on being here for quite a while, if not indefinitely, or until I get pulled somewhere else that seems like a better fit. But it's the right mixture of culture and history and um like cost of living plus amenities. Like you can get everything delivered here, like everything. And it's like when I am in shut-in mode and not wanting to be around people, there's nothing better than like being able to like just get everything brought to me, and I can just like work and focus. And when I decide to like go out, there's people and there's stuff to do. So yeah.
That's beautiful. That's like I said earlier in the space at the beginning about Like I was looking at it today because I thought about it and I'm like, yeah, like that's fucking Mexico City's big. And I Google Earthed it and I'm like, yeah, man, like that's some shit. Like you're like where I am, I'm in a city of 1.5 million people. That's massive actually because we have a lot of space to build out here. We don't have to build up, but it's like I have to be able to see the outside. Like I have to be able to see the mountains in the distance. I have to know that I can run to the hills and get out easily and quickly.
Yeah,
Mexico City.
I'm right in the middle too, like literally like in the center of like it all, where I'm staying right now. And I don't know, like it's actually really weirdly quiet, but also my apartment's like in the back of the building. But I wake up and it's like I hear birds in the morning and I don't know where the birds are coming from because I'm like surrounded by buildings, but I hear them. And I'm like, they're there somewhere, like tweeting at me. Um, and then like there's parks everywhere here, and like I don't know, like it's beautiful, and it's the pace. Even though it's like 9 million people almost, like the pace, it's slower. Like there are definitely parts where it's more hustly and bustly and like a crazy amount of people, but like the neighborhood I'm in, it's very slow pace. Like it's a lot of like it's a mixture of artists and then older people, and it's just like everyone is like just kind of milling about and doing their day, and a lot of small local shops that open and cafes, and it's very to me like European in a lot of ways. Like it doesn't, like it definitely doesn't feel like America here at all. And it just kind of has more of that like continental Europe feel, but it's also Mexico, very distinctly like Mexican everything. And yeah, I don't know. I love it here a lot. I mean, like I realized I wanted to stay in Mexico because when I was in Miami, I was talking to someone and I like I was just like, oh, I'm so tired of Miami. I just want to go home. And they're like, did you just call Mexico home? And I'm like, yes. Like I did. And that's when I like put together, I'm like, okay, like I feel very comfortable here. There's something about what's going on here that I want to stay. And I knew I didn't want to be isolated anymore. So that's why I decided to come to Mexico City and hopefully just connect with more and more people and not be a weird hermit anymore as much. Just like half a hermit um, when I need to be.
Have everything delivered when you want a hermit. Well,
Yes.
well, you definitely got to keep us up to date on the birds. I mean, maybe one day you'll find out where the birds are and you
I
can tell
don't.
us.
I'll figure it out. I've been trying to the architect like to explain the architecture around here. It's really hard, but I'm in the middle of like I'm surrounded by buildings. I really don't know where they're coming from, and I like they if it's like a park nearby and the acoustics just happen to go through all the buildings in the right way, or if they're like finding their way in like an alleyway or something. I don't know. I don't know.
That's the one thing with I think I had some echo. That's the one thing with how nature always has a way. That's didn't Jeff Goldblum say that in Jurassic Park, I
Yeah.
think. But anyways, but it's true, right? Like it's you could be, I mean, there in the center of the concrete jungle, and nature still has a way of being there and existing. Like in my backyard, I have moose. I'm in the middle of this city. Like there's moose will come up, lynx, and packs of coyotes and skunks and porcupines, man, and like I don't know, it's a little bit of green grass and they appear there. It blows me away in the middle of the city. Yeah.
I miss moose sometimes from northern Minnesota. Like people don't understand what it's like to be around moose until you're around moose.
They're surreal, right? Like
Yeah.
they're like modern day dinosaurs, really. Like they're fucking huge. And they're so lanky and slow. They don't give a fuck until you piss them off and they knock your car over.
Or they're running and horny.
Yeah.
They give a lot of fucks.
Yeah.
That's the scary time.
They mess shit up. Yes. HB Lovebucks. has just requested to pop up. Was our guest last week. Promised to come back this week to listen to Empress Trash.
That was a great space last week listening to them. I didn't know. I never, like, the whole, like, was it neo-Americana, post-Americana? That was it, post-Americana. Like, there was,
Post-Americana,
yeah, there was something about that resonated with me, like, that whole concept. And I was like, I was in it to win it.
Well, the tweets HP tweeted after too, the Americana and the post-Americana comparison. After there was a few posts that he put up, and that was amazing. Hey HP, how you doing? Oh, there's a speaker. Can't hear you. Are you there? Oh, drop down. The Twitter sphere.
Yeah, Twitter is not being kind today.
No, it's with this, but I mean, we haven't dropped the whole space, knock on wood, but yeah, it hasn't been a nice one at all. Yeah, because you had the Remington comparison with your works.
Yeah. Hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
Last time I tried to come up, everything went silent. Twitter, damn you.
Damn you. Hashtag damn you. Thanks for popping up. How you
I'm doing good. No, yeah. Well, thanks for shouting out the Remington comparison. I think it really holds up, actually. It's like there's places here in Boston. There's this place I go by where you can still see this building that was the stables where they kept all the horses. When horses pulled all the fire trucks, horses pulled all the mail postal service. The whole fucking city used to run on horses. You know what I'm saying? And you could still see this old brick building that was the stables, right? But that era is gone, right? It was replaced by automobiles. And so, like, Remington was painting all these horses when the automobile was becoming the dominant thing. I feel like I'm painting all these automobiles, and in 2035 and 2042, they're going to be like, gas-powered automobiles won't even exist anymore, They're already making them illegal in Los Angeles by 2030. So it's like we're painting the end of an era, and the kids will grow up seeing these paintings of a 71 Plymouth Roadrunner or a 69 Dodge Charger, but they're like, oh, that's that thing I never saw. I saw that in movies. Oh, yeah, I saw that in shows. But they never really saw one. And that's like us with the horses in Remington's work. So that's like one perspective on what I'm trying to do.
I also really love your portraits of Brittany, which I DM'd you and said that. But because, like, I love pop music a lot, even though I'm a punker and all that, but like a lot of the like women pop artists, it's like as a girl growing up in the 90s, like we had like our media, like we were being represented in media by these people, and it was kind of like, especially like I didn't have strong female role models growing up that were great. Like my mom was just a junkie and like crazy, and it's like, so I really like, as a young girl, I really like Madonna, Britney, like all of like Cher, like all of these like pop icons were really like impacted me and were influential to me in different ways. And like especially with Britney and her trajectory, and like just like how she like got fucked up a lot, how she got like her rights stripped away, and like the whole like all that shit. And it's like, for me, like as a woman who's struggled with like a lot of different things, like her story has always been one that's resonated with me, and I've almost felt like there's like this synchronicity between like my cycles and Brittany's cycles, whether it's like her stories influencing my life, or it's just like a bigger karmatic cycle thing. But it's like a lot of times people like the narrative that you hear of Britney is just like, oh, she's crazy, she's this, she's that, especially from men. And like your portraits of her, like it really hit me, like how you were talking about like you saw like the humanity behind her, and like how she was just like dealing with her own shit. And that's something like for me, like I've had like a lot of animosity to rich people in general in my life. But there was a point in like the last couple of years where I was just like, like some of them, they're dealing with their shit on their level, and it's not like, they still have the comfort of like always having like a baseline thing met, but there's some extreme shit that still happens with women at that, like, even if they come from wealth, and it's like it's at every level in society. And I don't know, I just thought it was really beautiful, like your
Well,
portrait of her and
thanks
how
so
you talked
much.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was early on that train because, of course, I'm older. And so when Britney Spears, first hit, to me, it was like kind of just like Tiffany or any of these sort of like mall sort of music, but it was the late 90s version of that. So I was pretty indifferent to it. But as her arc went on, I started thinking, man, is this girl just kind of being commodified by her own family? The way her mom got her the record deal, and then it's just sort of like, what's going on? And then you think about the fact that she's basically was imprisoned or denied all of her civil rights for 15 years by her own family, no trial. It's like she was human trafficked by her own family. And everyone's like, that's fine. Rich people are weird. That's fine. Hollywood's weird. Like everybody sort of rolled their eyes and said, oh, that's fine. It's just Britney. It's like you're the most visible person on earth. You've got more eyes on you than anyone else, but you can still be denied all of your human rights in public and nobody lifts a finger. And believe me, those royalty checks were still coming in. Her songs are still getting 1 million downloads, 1 million streams. So where's all the royalties going? The family's keeping all that money. So it's like, man, this girl really has been put through a lot, from being like, you're going to be a star. And she was on Star Search at age 8. You know what I mean? She's been kind of used by her family.
Mickey Mouse Club too.
Jesus, Mickey Mouse. I mean, she's just put on this treadmill, like work, work for us. You're our show pony. You're our bread and butter. Just work for us. And it's just like, man, you see the humanity inside of that person and what they've been through. And so, yeah, I've got a bunch more Britney paintings that I've done sketches of, just trying to show like the humanity and like she's sort of like everyone's angel. It's like what she's been put through. It says something about who we are. It's like, what
Yeah,
would you?
definitely. That's the thing with like all these pop artists, like pop musicians in particular, like especially the women ones. It's like how they are treated is a direct reflection of our society. And they're so, until they fight through a lot of times, or if they've started just being crazy, like Lady Gaga is someone who I like admire so much because she was just like for a long, like from day one, she's like, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. But a lot of, especially the ones that came out of the 90s, it was just like they like were groomed to be that. And it's like it was all grooming, and it was just like, and it was all to make money off of them and their body and who they are. And like they weren't, they don't know, like some of them just don't know different, or it's like they go fucking insane. Like the whole reason Britney shaved all her hair off is because she was tired of people like trying to control her hair. Like she said that at some point. It was just like she wanted to feel some control over herself. And it's like everyone
Wasn't
make, of course makes fun of that and everything and whatever, they take their perspective away from it. But I've been at that point myself
Dude, it's
too.
actually so normal.
Yeah.
That's one of the most normal things she ever had the chance to do.
Yeah. To try to like
To try to
claim self
rebel.
autonomy over her
Yeah.
body.
To try to
Yeah.
rebel, have autonomy, do the unthinkable, shock your parents. Like, that's normal. That's something every teenager should be able to do. Right? Yeah. Anyway, we're deep in this topic, but man, I appreciate that it resonates with you. And I've got a lot more pieces in the works on that theme. So
I think with the Britney thing too, like HP, you said it in the space last week about like she was like kind of the last before the internet came in, that AOL
Yep.
CD you said were on the doorstep, right?
Yep,
And
exactly.
it's kind of true with a lot of that, like that particular era at that moment. It's very, very true. It was kind of the moment where kind of the very improper stuff from the 70s and the 80s that was carrying on, into the early 90s. That's or right the end of the 80s. Like that's where it all kind of ended, right? Where kind of when the internet came in. Wonder if it's a coincidence.
Yep. I mean, I can remember it really well. You know, that exact time frame. It was sort of like it. You know, having to say to people, "Oh, it's a website," and they go, "A what?" And like, "No, it's a website." A what? And then there was by next year, every product on TV, it was like, Miracle Whip for your sandwiches. Find out more at miraclewhip.com. And you're like, wait, every product has to have a website. People didn't know what the
But
hell.
Well,
they didn't just say
Remember
miraclewhip.com.
that?
They're all like www.
that's what I was gonna say. They all
Find out
say
more.
the www.
Find out more at mycornflakes.com. It's like, what the hell is going on? But yeah, but you know what? There was. I'm sorry. I'm a guess. I should see who's in the room. I don't want to offend anybody. Okay, I'm gonna offend everybody. Dude, like some groups, like the Black Eyed Peas, they were sort of like that post-internet manufactured. You know, like let's put a group together. Let's make it pop enough to be pop, but let's give it the trappings of hip hop. But let's put a girl in it. But the girl has to be like a girl next door, but she has to seem urban. It's like there was a manufactured quality to the Black Eyed Peas. Like, let's sponsor them by Pepsi and Doritos and make them like the darlings of MTV, when in fact Pepsi, Doritos, and MTV are the same corporation. That's one company. So you see them, the Black Eyed Peas are in a Doritos commercial, then they're on the CBS Morning News, then they're sponsoring Pepsi, and then they're on MTV, and that's one company. One company. So it's like, man, it makes you like, you know, it's a whole different kind of hucksterism. Like hucksterism went up a level once the internet was part of every American household, you know?
And people are still blind to it.
Yeah, and Fergie, you know, if you look at Fergie, she was on Kids Incorporated in the 80s. She was just like Britney. She was groomed to be that female singer that you send her in and she'll become the persona that's needed. Do you know what I mean? That was the whole point. So she was like perfect casting because she could become that person, but she was not that person. It was a role, you know?
Yeah.
All I can hear now is my humps.
See, but yeah, I like that My Humps, you know, as like a little bit derivative of Supersonic by JJ Fad, but what are you gonna do? But the one I didn't
No,
like,
what you got? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
You
you know
know,
what I'm
it's true.
talking
It was
about?
a very specific piece, but you know what are you gonna do about it?
You know, but what you gonna do? That was a classic. It's a straight classic. But I the ones I don't like with like the Black Eyed Peas, like anthemic, like world peace songs. While meanwhile we're at like the first Iraq war is going on. But don't worry, the Black Eyed Peas are singing about peace as you drink your Pepsi. Wash it down with with some Doritos while you kick back and watch MTV.
And watch the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and this goes back to what I was saying about like glitch art being disruptive of all that. Like glitch art is trying to like that subconscious and very overt messaging and subconscious messaging. Like a lot of like the art that I do and a lot of the art that I like jive with is like it's not. I mean, it's I don't like contextualizing it as anti that, but it's more just disrupting that because and like just not taking that shit anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, dude. And you got to throw some wrenches, right? Um, you know, who better to throw wrenches than Empress Trash for damn certain.
Yeah, just throw some toter bins, you know, just pick up a toter bin and just chuck it.
Yeah, and that gets back in like too sometimes I really want like personally like this is a very personal thing. Like I want to be a very popular artist. I want my art like out there. Like very much out there eventually. Like that is a goal of mine and it's not like yeah, I want to make money, but a lot of it is because I know the subcontext of my work and I know on a subconscious level what my work is doing and I want a lot of people to see it because of that. Like I want it to be something where it's like it is like the anti-programming that somehow finds its way out there and maybe saying that publicly will mean I'll never get it out there into like the popular mainstream media, but it is like something like I think about a lot. Like it's just like yeah, I want to be popular because I want a lot of people to see what I'm throwing down, because I want it to like disrupt their brainscape. Like, I want that to happen. I think that would be like the pinnacle of my achievement as an artist, is to have that happen. And I don't know how it will happen, but it's like, it's something I think about a lot.
Man, I'll tell you, right. I mean, it goes right like what I said at the beginning, earlier in the beginning of the space, that you are definitely a person that the universe has a path to, for that you're totally cruising along on. Like, sorry, I don't mean to mean it like you're just like, woohoo, we're having a good time, the whole trip has been great. But like, I think you're well on that way. I think that in the future, people will be talking about you and they'll be sharing your art. You will be one of the OGs. Like, that's it's like I said at the beginning. I don't. I hate to say it, I don't think I own any of your pieces. I don't know that I do. Um,
I see you get out there and start
but I
tagging
know,
trash cans on trash cans.
but I like, I know of you, and I've interacted with your tweets a bazillion times, and I've met you, and like, so I mean, not that just me knowing you is something huge and big, but that's what I mean. You're out there. I'm aware of you. I think you're totally on that track. People will talk about you, and your art is definitely going to be out there in the mainstream. You will be one of the ones they talk about, for sure.
Thanks.
Well, I actually am the only holder. I'm the only holder of Paris Hilton as a half-eaten papaya. So
That is a very
sorry to throw
precious.
some clout around, but
Yeah,
that's
that
in
is
my wallet, baby.
that is a precious papaya. That is one of my favorite ones.
I
Because
got
Look,
I
I
got
dig it
Dolly
too.
Parton, man. I got Dolly Parton.
Oh, respect,
What?
respect. That's dope.
no,
That's dope.
I mean, Paris Hilton has had a direct influence on my art career at multiple points, like very direct influence. And she's like, she gets a lot of shit. She gets a lot of heat. I get heat for saying I like Paris Hilton. I don't give a fuck. Like, I've got to look her, like, I went to one of her DJ sets. I was right up front. I got to look her straight in the eye. I got to see who she was as a person. And at that point in time, I'm like, yeah, I'm a Paris fan. And like, she's another one. It's like, yeah, she came from privilege, but she she's had her own struggles with finding autonomy too. And at that moment, I remember like when I was like watching her spin, and I was just like, I felt like it was like, I have almost like, I understand her more than I understand maybe other people. And I understand like the struggles that she's been through, and also like how I also saw the reflection in my own path of like, well, she came from wealth and had to overcome these things. It's like I came from poverty and had to overcome very similar things in some ways. And like, I don't know, it's like the like yin and yang almost, of just like, it's like we're similar energies but very opposite, but there was like so much love and respect that I felt in that moment that like I wouldn't take it away. And then I actually tweeted that out, like how it like impacted me like that, and she quote retweeted me. She like recognized it. Like, it was like an affirmation from her. Like, yes, like we had that moment together. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like, what just happened? But it's like, like, it was an empowering moment from me. And it's like, I think that's like when you're a woman artist out there, like that is the core of like the energy trying to put out, is to empower and like break down and empower other women to like be themselves. And it's just like, and she did that for me very directly on multiple occasions. And not that was the biggest one, but it's like I just have love and respect for her. So like, that portrait of the Paris papaya is very dear to me, because
I know. I
that
love
whole
it.
series
I
is
love it too.
about like how we consume women in the media, like how they're put out there and they're consumed. And like the papaya is directly like supposed to be a vulva, and it's like the seeds are spicy, and like we're consuming all of these women, and there's 50 different portraits in it, but it's like all of them were consumed in some way by society. And whether it's a good or bad thing, that consumption, like I'm not really attributing that, just more of just saying like that is what we're doing. We are consuming them. And from that, like we are gaining life in a way because we have to eat something. Like I was eating a papaya and had this realization. It's like, it's, you know, but it's like they're nourishing our souls in some way. And yeah, I don't know. That's the depth of that portrait.
Well, I actually I have a Paris Hilton painting I've sketched up, so maybe I should do that one in the near future and let you check it out. I think it's going to be pretty good. It's
Yeah,
all going to come down to the likeness. You know, that's one of the, you know, there are women celebrities, men celebrities, where like their cheekbones or facial structure is so well known. You know, like Cary Grant was for his generation, or Harrison Ford, or, you know, Cindy Crawford, or Farrah Fawcett. They're like bone structures of celebrities that like almost define a decade or a time. And I feel like in the last 7, 8, 9, 10 years, we haven't quite had that. There's been more like a we need like these film stars and both men and women to come in like a pack. They can't be too distinctively different. They all have to be like, you can get Ryan Reynolds or Ryan Gosling. Just get one of the Ryans. Like, you know, just like they're kind of like, it's almost like this sort of interchangeability has become more useful to the studios than that distinctive flagship face. But it wasn't that long ago that we still had those faces that were so distinct. And I think Paris Hilton's bone structure is one of those. You could do a charcoal sketch, and if you get it, somebody's like, "Oh, is that Paris Hilton?" You know, like the way the cheekbones and everything just come together. It's very recognizable. And so that's sort of what I'm doing in the painting too, is sort of just trying to like her profile and her face. It's just like very, it's like a logo. It's incredibly recognizable at a distance.
Yeah, her bone structure and Lady Gaga's bone structure. Lady Gaga has a very not Hollywood face, like not modern Hollywood, like a very distinctive, like that is Gaga. No matter what makeup she puts on, it's like, yeah, that's her. Like I see it. And I don't know, it's interesting. That is like, it's like iconographic for their skull. Their skulls are iconic.
Well, it's weird, but it's true. You know, you could do like Marilyn Monroe and Elvis, and it's like their faces become like brands or logos, like, and you can sketch it, and if you get the proportioning right, it's instantly recognizable. And that's just an interesting thing about whatever it is, consumer culture, celebrity culture, or living in a, you know, Life magazine, television, film, movie culture, where they need that visual recognition. But I feel like, I mean, we literally just a week and a half ago, a movie came out about a plane, and the movie was called Plane. Like, that's where we are now. Instead of like things being distinctive, things have to be absolutely interchangeable. It's like starring actor, you know, in this film starring actress. It's like things are really interchangeable right now. They lack that distinctiveness. And I think that's just kind of like what it is right now.
We're in a no-name brand world.
Yeah. I tweeted out, I was like, you know, some of you are wondering what it's going to be like when all our entertainment is written by AI, but, you know, maybe when it happens, you won't know, because we're already watching a movie called Plane. It's like maybe, you know, we're electing a guy called president. It's like, where's this all headed? You know, I'm going to go shop at a store called Store.
And drink beer.
It's so good though. Beer.
Beer. It's cheap. They still make that? You still got that where you are?
Yeah. Still comes
really?
in a little miniature 48-ounce keg that you can put on the coffee table.
Shit. Dude. That's classy kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. You gotta you'd get some chicken and a biscuit, crackers, and some spray cheese.
Spray cheese.
Just get into it.
When you started talking,
God damn it! I love all you guys. Holy smokes!
drop Bucky's on that, and we're going. Woo!
You get some Bucky's buddies, yeah, man. We're in the mix.
Lily White kept coming up to. I don't know if she was getting knocked out. She was going to ask a question, but
yeah, it was treacherous for me coming up to speaker. I didn't think I was going to make it. So anybody who's trying to come up, just keep trying, because man, it's rough.
Yeah, Willie.
Yeah, I can't even hardly get up today.
That's
Well, that's probably another story. I don't know.
Have you tried oysters?
Never had a problem there.
Have you thought about Ryan Reynolds' chiseled face? No, never mind. Just kidding.
That's why
Or
I
the
never
other
have a
Ryan,
problem.
whichever Ryan you want. Just pick
Whichever
Ryan.
Ryan you want.
We got a Gyllenhaal. It can be Maggie. It can be Jake. Whatever. Just pick your Gyllenhaal, okay?
They both look the same, like a man.
Basically the same. Just interchangeable.
We're doing trash space now. We're doing trash space. All right.
We're all about
Okay,
interchangeable.
can I ask a question? Is Empress Trash going to be your guest tomorrow?
Wait, we don't do Wednesday.
Oh shit! Is today Tuesday?
Today's Tuesday.
Holy shit! I'm like displaced in time.
I'm the guest right now.
She's the guest
No,
right
but that's
now.
what I keep thinking. I'm like, this is such a good conversation. I can't believe like that her real appearance is tomorrow, because this appearance is so good. Oh shit! It's Tuesday. Man, I am out of it. I need to go.
Come back to linear.
My man.
Yeah, I need to go knock back a. I need to go knock back a ice cold you and just think about my life.
Maybe you should. Maybe it's the aluminum keg beer on your coffee
That's
table.
got to be it.
Or whatever pressurizes the fucking cheese.
Oh my god! I can't believe it's Tuesday and I didn't even know it. Jesus.
Yeah, no, this is the pre-show. We're gonna start doing this
That's
now.
what I thought. I'm like, dude, your pre-show is amazing.
Our artists on for 5 hours on Monday, and then you come back for the real main deal.
I don't know what my brain was
that way
thinking.
we can whittle it down on Tuesday.
Oh
Only
my
an hour.
god, that didn't even make sense.
I'm sure
Oh
you
my
pick the good
gosh.
parts for tomorrow.
Hilarious.
Remember, is that how it felt? Did it feel like you were on for 24 hours, 48 hours last time?
No, I just lost track of what day it is. It's my fault. It's these damn snakes on this motherfucking plane.
Oh, that was the best motherfucking response I've ever heard. I love that shit, man. My homie.
Funny.
No, Lily came up. Lily came up again, and good old Twitter. I was going to say, we were talking about constellations earlier. HP, Nick Dimes brought it up. What if you were a star? Well, you are a star, but if you were a star in a constellation, which constellation would it be?
Dude, I know the answer to this. Okay, it's my favorite star. It's been my favorite star for a long ass time. It's called Arcturus, and it's in the constellation of Boötes, or it's spelled Booty, which I think is nice. Booty's the shepherd, but it's my favorite star. I fucking love that star. I used to see it all the time, and I'm like, that star is so amazing. I got to figure out what it is. So I looked it up it always was the same one. I was always being impressed by this star, and then it'd be the same one. I'm like, no one has ever heard of this star, but it's fucking beautiful. So yeah, Arcturus in the constellation of Boötes, the shepherd, is my favorite star.
There you go. That was real.
Close second, though. Close second would have to be Aldebaran, the bull's eye in the constellation of Taurus, a red giant bull's eye. That's pretty fucking cool, You're like the bull's eye. I like that.
Damn.
I'm blown away by all your guys' astronomy knowledge.
I'm a little bit crazy
I have
about
zero.
astronomy. I post about it sometimes, so yeah, I love knowing where the stars are and stuff.
I'm like comedian Brian Regan over here. The big yellow one's the sun.
Hey, people forget that one. People, honestly, they fucking forget that one. So never apologize.
Right today.
Never apologize for mentioning the sun. People don't think that's a star. They think it's something else. So
Yeah, they think it's the sun, not a star.
No,
exactly.
it's that light bulb that they have up there because the Earth's flat, so they got to put a light bulb.
Yeah, Jim Carrey, I think, had something to do with it. Pretty sure.
There you go. And so now, and I was Willie. See, Willie, this was like my key thing when I was in Cubs and then Boy Scouts, like learning about the constellations for navigation. And then it was like I realized that the ladies, it was a nice thing to talk to the ladies about when you're out, do a little, hey, do you want to go for a walk? Let's get away from these lights. This is Orion's belt. That's where Nick Dimes is. This is Aries.
There you go.
Right? No, that's how I used to know that stuff. And then I actually genuinely got, really interested in it and bought a telescope, and well, the rest is history. I have no friends.
Yeah, I have a telescope as well. And my family, we moved just at the end of the summer, and the new place, we just have it. We live in the city, but somehow the new place has a very good view of the ecliptic, and you can just see a lot from the new place. So I'm super excited. Got the telescope rocking. Got Jupiter, Mars in the sky right now.
Nice. I remember when I got a telescope, it's like, you get a telescope. Kids, let this be a lesson. I'm going to tell all of you in this space right now. If you get a telescope and just automatically think, hey, I got a telescope, I'm just going to go look at stuff in the sky. No, it has to be a clear night. And let me assure you that when you get a telescope, there will be fucking clouds for months and months and months. But when you get to use it, it's awesome.
My favorite part about having a telescope is you're like, all right, I got my telescope, super clear night, ready to go. Got the eyepiece pointed up at the sky. And then you realize what you're trying to do. You're trying to find a tiny, tiny pinprick in a large black void through a tiny, tiny eyepiece. And you're like, wait, what the hell? This is incredibly difficult to actually zero in on this tiny, tiny point. So yeah, you definitely have to develop some muscle memory, or you will just drive yourself bananas trying to find the tiniest thing in the sky. So
well,
yeah.
now they've got them where the gimbal on them like is all motorized and smart.
Oh
So,
really?
yeah, you
No
just
shit. I don't know
plug in
about
the
that.
star, and it takes your location and kind of adjusts for azimuth and whatnot.
Dude, you're gonna have to pick me up off the ground. I had no idea that existed.
So yeah, I don't want to be like that guy, in the room. It's like I have a Lamborghini, but that's what my telescope does.
Am I a caveman? I'm like,
well,
holy shit,
not,
guys! I have no idea.
They're not super
I mean,
expensive.
I look at the moon.
You
so
probably get some good
the only
stars
telescope
out
I've
there.
got is at the nest, and basically I'm perusing craters on the moon when I'm not looking at like tanker ships.
Old ladies across the street.
And no, I don't need a telescope for that.
They're coming to
us. But seriously, no, I'm on lookout. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I saw some crazy war machines out there a couple weeks ago, but yeah, like really just getting the landscape of of the moon is all that I've been really able to do.
Oh, it's amazing. The landscape of the moon is amazing. Absolutely. You know what? I'll tell you something. I live near Boston, and the other day I'm hanging out with my son. We're just sitting on the couch, and all of a sudden, and I see this black shape just vault across the sky, and I'm like, to the roof, we're like running up trying to see what it was. And I'm like, my brain puts it together. There must have been a game at Fenway Park, and they did some sort of flyover. And I checked it. It was an F-15. An F-15 flew right over my house. How fucking cool is that?
Next level shit.
I was like, all right, son, we're going to look online. We're going to find out every event at Fenway that has a flyover, and we're going to be on the roof. We're going to be poised and ready. We're not going to miss the next one.
Wasn't it Poke Shaman that was talking about that? Wasn't the one day he was like, oh, it's just F-15s taking off from.
Yeah, those are his baby planes though.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got a bunch of F-35s out there, and
right, that's right, yeah,
all kinds of stuff.
I think the thing that was shocking about it was because they want to impress Fenway, they want it to be a wow moment. It came in hauling ass over a residential neighborhood. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that you don't see. And it was low altitude. So that's what was crazy about it, was that it was so low and so fast at 10 a.m. on a Saturday over a residential neighborhood.
Because it's a game flyover, not just
exactly. It's not on any serious exercises, just trying to impress the audience. So that I'm sure the pilot was like given the go ahead to do the thing you're never allowed to do, which is open it up over a residential neighborhood, you know?
Yeah, they do that here for the outdoor football games when they do it. It's the same thing. And I remember the one guy said, I don't think they can be flying that low. And in my head, I'm like, well, number one, call somebody and tell them what you saw. And they'll be like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, fine. But it's like, yeah, man, you just gotta do it. Boom. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? Just give her
it was,
go.
and it was brief.
Oh no, you gotta have permission for that so that you're not in the flight path of something else. Is all.
You wouldn't be because you're flying so damn low. Sorry.
Well, I want to be ready for the next one.
Yeah, that'd be cool for sure. Especially you can get up there on the roof and love that. Empress, I know we've gotten a little off topic. Are you all right up there? You definitely can kick off if you need to go somewhere and you have something to do. Feel free to jump out.
No, I'm just eating Cheetos right now, and I was waiting to see if Lily ever got back because I didn't want to leave if she wanted to like talk or something.
Looks like she's back up.
I'm just eating Cheetos and listening to Telescope.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. There's no problem with that at all. You're definitely more than welcome to stay and kick around with us as well. These spaces have been known to go for 5 hours. It's fair warning. So
it feels great with Cheetos. There's a nice cold Pepsi.
Black Eyed Peas
by MTV.
Oh my God! Put on the Black Eyed Peas CD.
And some Black Eyed Peas.
With some Cool Ranch Doritos. Watch some MTV. Order some Taco Bell. Wash up with Unilever soap. You can just live your whole life within one corporation.
Even if I criticize it, I still love my Eatos. My Doritos.
Oh yeah, you gotta have some.
And Fritos.
They're there. Yeah. So
and here in Mexico, they're all spicy. Like it's not like the flaming hot. It's not like the flaming hot stuff in America. It's just all like a little zingy. And some of it is like spicier than others, but it's all different flavors, and it's way better here, to be honest. Like, and the Doritos are thicker. Like, they're not the like weird like fall apart things that are in America. They're like thicker, actual chips.
Eats like a meal.
Yeah,
it's like a meal.
Yeah, I got a question.
Hey, Flynn, sure.
Do you guys think that when your dogs, like when we're asleep, do you guys think that your dogs potentially like have like a job at a Fritos manufacturing building or something? Because these dogs are smelling like Fritos, man. Like, and I don't know, Empress, you got a Roddy, right? You ever had?
Yeah, I guess she does smell like Fritos. But then why isn't she paying rent?
I'm no Sherlock Holmes, but if she's eating Fritos and her dog smells like Fritos, I'm starting to put the dots together.
No, I'm eating Cheetos right now, not Fritos.
Oh, sorry. I got my Eatos wrong.
I love it. Oh my
God.
God.
You guys, just even today, I drew this crayon sketch, and it's European peasant girl with a bag of Tostitos.
I saw that.
I believe that Tostitos Corporation liked that shit. So, Empress, I'm not holier than thou. I mean, I can trash talk Doritos and Black Eyed Peas, but man, I still want that Tostitos sponsorship, man. I want to see my art on the bag, baby.
Yeah, I want that Hot Pocket money. I want Hot Pocket money.
Dude.
Oh, the Hot Pockets, yes.
Dude, I want to be in with Big Salsa, you know? I want Big Salsa to fund my whole career. You know?
Get you some slamming Cadillac doors.
I want old El Paso to be like in a bid war against Tostitos.
You don't want to be on a ragu bottle then?
Oh, man.
You're
Don't
not
even get
you're
me
not down with
started, dude.
big spaghetti
You
sauce.
know what? I
Oh,
checked I checked the freaking labels on ragu. I didn't see any corn syrup on there, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean,
bullshit.
is there a difference between big spaghetti and big salsa though? They're kind of the same. They taste the same.
No, they don't. Jesus Christ. Come on now.
Listen,
No, I think I'm with Willie on that one. It's pretty damn
Yeah,
close.
yeah. Big
No,
salsa.
You guys,
You gotta get your good craft salsas, man. Actually have some taste and some flavor and some spice to them. Big salsa might as well be big spaghetti.
I'm waiting for Tostitos to make their own pasta sauce.
It's
no, but how
called
smart was
mild.
it for Tostitos? They made the chip and the salsa and branded both. So they're like, and then they made the cup-shaped chip that holds more salsa. That's the American
right,
way right
right.
there.
I mean,
so that's just like dialed in fucking economics, man. That's like
Exactly.
just like dialed the fuck in.
You need more salsa because your chip holds more. But oops, you ran out of chips. Gotta get more chips. Now you need more salsa. But you're just on the wheel paying Tostitos. See, that's genius.
Yeah, but to be fair, like, yeah, it's super genius. And then when you're hella stoned and you go to the store and you're like, I need snacks, and you're having like decision paralysis, the easily branded cup dip combo is kind of a
Oh, that
lifesaver.
makes all the damn sense in the world, man. That's
No
all
utensil
the
needed.
sense.
No
Yeah,
utensil needed.
it's like
You just sit
you've
in the
got
front
your
seat of your
own like
car.
fucking soup bowl going
That's
on.
it. Just sit in
Yeah.
the car. You don't need to go home. You can consume that right there in the 7-Eleven parking lot. No
If they
shame.
could just
No shame.
if they could just figure out how to put the cream cheese inside the salsa already, so I don't have to do it separately, then they'd be on something.
Oh, they could prepackage that. They could sell all of these
God
little
damn it,
little dip
Willie. I
cups.
mean, what do you need me to go over there? And what else do you need help with? I'm just like,
You can't dip, Willie. I think the only thing more American
Well,
would be just fucking
they put
individually
the
wrapped.
jelly in with the
Individually
peanut
wrapped.
butter. Why can't they put the cream cheese in with the salsa?
They could do it.
You know,
They could do it. There's probably a machine for it. Let's be real.
a machine for it.
Totally
Actually,
there is.
design a
you know,
machine.
probably no, it probably just encapsulated all inside of a corn cocoon.
Corn cocoon.
I don't know, man.
I like this idea.
Little warm, cozy corn cocoon.
A chips and salsa that's prepackaged, almost like a Totino's pizza roll. So it's you got your chip and your salsa and your
Oh
cream
yeah,
cheese all
dude.
in one little deal, and just
And you
pop them
don't
in
got to
like
use
pizza
the
rolls.
microwave.
I think you may have just invented
Holy
crab
smokes!
rangoon. I think you just
Holy smokes!
invented crab
I mean,
rangoon,
this
folks.
is better than Hot Pockets. Yeah, we might have surpassed
Everything is better than Hot Pockets, though.
ever since they did not send
That's
you and murder
not
to
a high bar.
NFT NYC. That's for damn sure.
Hot Pockets is like the hobo version of a pizza pop, right? Like,
I like this concept though. It's like you're told as a child, do not put aluminum foil in the microwave. Do not put. Then you buy a Hot Pocket. It's like it comes in its own foil sleeve to nuke that shit. I love that. Love that concept. Like, wait,
you just freeze
you're
up in the
supposed to put it in a
microwave.
metal sleeve to eat it, dude. That's hardcore. In fact, I would like to sell metal sleeves that you're deliberately designed to put in the microwave to crisp up your otherwise not crispy fruits. I'm just kidding.
Okay, it's just for anybody listening. All these ideas are patented. They belong to the people that are coming up with them. You can't steal them.
Yeah,
They
I'm just thinking,
belong to the lounge car.
The
dude. I'm
lounge
thinking
car.
if Nicholas Dimes and if we can get in that Tostitos sponsorship, get in with Big Salsa. Oh man, the American dream right there.
Absolutely, man. Post Americana.
Hells yeah.
All over the place. Oh, now I kind of want. I got some salt and vinegar chips. I guess I can go have some salt and vinegar chips, but I kind of want some fucking like something Dorito-y or Cheeto-y now. Damn it!
I want chips and salsa now.
Dude, me
Yeah,
too,
right.
man. And I'm like
Yeah.
straight keto, and like this is all perplexing. It's so hard. It's so hard.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh as hard as I did there, but that sucks. Damn, I'm on icy diet.
I need to go on a quest now and find a Google image of the ragu ingredients label just to stick it to Flynn. Flynn, how dare you? How dare you propose that ragu spaghetti sauce is anything less than a corn product? It's corn syrup with red food coloring. You know it.
Let's get that. You find that and pin it up to the top.
We're going to have to do it, man. Have you guys ever looked at ragu? It's like water. Like when you put it on the spaghetti floats. That's not how it's supposed to work. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Does it have the red 40?
It's got to be all that.
It's got to have the red 40 in it.
Yeah. It's all about that. It's like they just needed somewhere to put all the excess corn. They're like, well, this ought to do.
It's really funny. I'm half Italian, and I said that last space too. I've never had ragu. It's just been never one that I've ever picked off the shelf.
I think that tracks. Any person who knows what it's supposed to be would not eat ragu. It's not cool. It's an affront. It's an affront. That's what it is. I don't use that word very lightly.
But it does hit the shelf on like a very economical level. You know, when you're rolling thin.
Same as that.
Rolling thin. That should be their slogan.
When I'm on
it definitely hits the pasta pretty thin.
When I'm on a budget and I need to get my vitamin C, I get that Sunny D.
Hell yeah. You know what I do when I drink Sunny D? I put it in the cup and then I just get a salt shaker and I just add 4 or 5 shakes of salt. Slurp it down, grit your teeth, make a man out of you.
You just need a little hydration. Just get it to stick.
The factory electrolytes are insufficient for my needs.
Factory electrolytes.
I just got to up it a little bit, you know. Maybe just one quick shake of Tabasco sauce, 5 shakes of salt, Sunny D, knock it back.
I'm imagining you like 100-year-old person getting interviewed on news. Like, how did you live so long? I salted my Sunny D every day.
With a raw fucking egg and some hot sauce.
Yeah. Just a little bit of hot sauce, though.
Oh, come on now. You need a little Bucky's 7-pot.
So I was going to say, I forgot to mention earlier my telescope. I've got a Celestron Nexstar 130 SLT. She's a fucking beaut. She fucking rips when she's looking at the stars and the moon. Just thought I'd mention that.
Man.
So Canadian right there. I love
it.
I'm glad to know that telescopes are female. That just makes the world make a little more sense. I'm like, well, I've got an Orion 60 made in China, sourced on Craigslist for $30, and she's a beaut.
She's a beaut. That Orion, she's a beaut.
She'll never let you down.
No. But yeah, so this telescope, when I got it, roommates of mine, they all pooled together and they bought it for me. Such great roommates at that time. But yeah, it's fucking, you line it up, you put where you are in the world, and then you take it and you aim it at 3 known items in the sky. So usually I use the North Star, the moon, and Mars is usually a pretty good one that's typically around. And then that's it. Then you have this book of codes you fucking put in that fucking takes you where you need to be. Sometimes you gotta fine tune it, but the beauty is you don't have to touch the telescope to fucking move it. So you're not all jittery and all over the fucking place. You just use the remote and you can do these little micro movements with it as you look. It's dope.
You know, I thought today was Monday, and it's actually Tuesday. I'm starting to think I fell asleep for 30 years. Are you understanding this, Flynn? The telescope finds stars all by itself. Oh, my mind is bending. What the fuck?
You do realize they're stationary objects for the most part, right? Like they haven't moved in billions of years. I mean, they move slightly as the universe expands, but for the most part, they move in unison.
But
to quote the Flaming Lips, man, the sun never goes down. It's just an illusion of the world turning around.
That's facts. That's big facts.
Dude, that's fucking heavy. I like that.
Dude, it's always, you're right. It's always rising somewhere. Flynn, I think I used to say that.
One of the reminds me of Mike Nash. That reminds me of a lyric that I really like is "Give the sun a bong when it's coming down." Fucking, I don't know. It just made me think about that.
Damn, I wanna hear that song, man.
Yeah, USS. They're a Canadian band. Look it up. It's good stuff.
Holy moly! I bet it's very friendly.
Very Dr. Seuss lyrics. Yeah, it's very friendly. They say thank you.
Friendly bongs.
They say thank you.
Friendly
give you
bongs.
some fucking maple syrup.
Oh, hell yeah.
Lily, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, Lily. Sorry,
Lily with the L.
You guys hear
Willie?
I'm breaking up a bit.
I can't hear you guys on the platform. You can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Because I don't hear any like so I'm gonna drop back. You hear me? Sorry.
We can hear you. You're kind of in and out.
I think she's probably having the same problem, kind of like that you were having, Willie, but it seems like to be the opposite.
Yeah, she can't hear anybody.
Yeah. Damn it, man! Like, I don't know. Come on. Like, we got telescopes that find their own fucking stars, for crying out loud, you know. But we can't have a Twitter space that just runs smooth. Don't you rug us.
I mean, right? Like, we got to send all this data to one star to come back, and
I know. I just wish these Twitter spaces. It seems like the most Cro-Magnon kind of thing that it should just run. They should just be good. Everybody should be able to communicate with them. It shouldn't be glitchy.
It's basically free. A conference call, which is something that's been around since the 80s.
only it's open to the public.
Well, yeah, but it's the same difference. It's just Zoom does it. But I guess it's free. That's, I guess, that would be the argument.
I'm going to be quiet for a minute or two. I'll be back.
All right. Shh, everybody be quiet for a minute or two. HP will be back.
No, he said he's going to be quiet. We don't have to be
quiet. I know. I was being funny.
Oh.
I wasn't funny that time? Okay.
I thought you were playing the straight man. No, I was playing the straight man. I don't remember who the straight man is.
Who's on first?
What's on second?
It's becoming a nostalgic.
Is it time for a dad joke?
Rock a dad. Absolutely. Let's do one.
What do you get when you cross an elephant and a rhino?
Elfino.
Elfino, man. That's all I got, dude. That's really actually, I learned some more at camp, but I can't fucking remember them. That's the only one.
Oh, sorry, it just popped into my head. There was that. Did you guys see in the news? In Egypt, they found that they believe they found another pharaoh. They found another tomb. Like it was pretty quiet. Like nobody was talking about it because I guess they found the entrance to it during COVID. So it was kind of like a hush hush thing because nobody was really out there doing any work, but they got down inside the tomb. And when they broke into the sarcophagus, they noticed that the mummy was covered in nuts and chocolate. They figure it's Pharaoh Rocher.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Did they ever find any 2D barcodes? on the walls for to scan for NFTs.
Probably a QR code.
Yeah, they ever find any QR codes down there?
I was trying to do a good dad joke there. I was trying to get real deep into it.
Hey, we're gonna get there, man. We're gonna get there.
Yeah, we can.
You have to talk to Billy, get some training from him. Billionaire.
I will. You opened. I made a note of that up here. You opened my eyes to that. So
I made a joke tweet forever ago. It seems like about like my favorite dads in the space, and Billy was dad joke dad. So, because he like top tier, always and forever.
I think good dad jokes are they're amazing. There was a guy that I worked with years ago, and everybody hated his dad jokes, but man, I loved them. Fucking, they were fucking awesome. I could tell that he put a lot of effort into them. Like, there was pride and joy. Good dad jokes are worth their weight in gold.
Dude, there were a lot of off the cuff dad jokes at camp, and DK throwed them in, and the Goose throwed them in, or threw them in, like really nonchalant, like dry humor, and sometimes they were received, and sometimes they weren't. It was pretty fucking fun.
That's the point of a dad joke, right? You tell them they're either received or they're not, but you just roll through them, right? The world just keeps turning. Everybody continue as they were. I love dad jokes. Fucking awesome. That was yeah. What was the other one that I really liked? I started doing online dating, and I met a girl, and we were supposed to meet at the gym, but she didn't show up, so that's how I knew it wasn't going to work out, or we weren't going to work out. Oh, I fucked that one up.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Where's the punchline?
Yeah, that was it.
Oh no! What was
I've got this well-parked bus right here. If you'd like to just dive underneath it.
It was like, man, I lost my mood ring, and I don't know how to feel about it.
Dad joke hour, the night train broadcast.
Oh yeah, here we go. It's all going down. Well, this is what the space is all about. I mean, hey, we talk about we comfort. We talk about what we want to talk about. This is how it evolves. Trash. We were talking about toilets on top of a hill.
Love that.
We were talking about building art pieces with Lego, right? Like art pieces with Lego, and ableist assholes. We've come a long way.
The dad joke soothes the savage soul. That's why I appreciate and surround myself with people who have top tier dad jokes, because I get angry a lot, and then the dad jokes come out, and I'm like, okay, don't take life so seriously.
Yeah, it is hard to be serious around a dad joke, right?
Well, because sometimes dad jokes are words of wisdom mixed in with real life, like a Red Foreman, if you're that 70s show kind of fucking person, right? Sometimes it could be a lesson. Words of wisdom.
Dude, did you guys see that they're doing that 90s show now? With like this.
Yeah, I was watching.
That's crazy.
I watched it all last night. It was all right. It was like kind of the same but different. I don't know.
Does it feel like our childhood? Does it feel like us?
A little, a lot, but like
I don't know, Mike.
It's like any of the other reboots where it's like, I don't know, like it feels like it's all right, but at the same time, like some of the stuff feels a little forced. Like, oh, we're gonna be like this old show, but have similar jokes, but different people, and then here's some cameos and stuff like that. So it's not horrible. It's good, like mindless entertainment. And
are they all out?
I don't know. I mean, I watched like the first season, so yeah.
No, but
I mean, it's Netflix.
It's Netflix, right?
Well, I know that like HBO with The Last of Us or whatever right now, they're only releasing one a week. They're kind of going to the old format, so that's why I watched the first '90s show, but I didn't notice if there was more episodes. Or no, I watched the first two. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm full of shit. Maybe I was high when I was watching them. Yeah, I think I watched actually like 3 episodes. Now that I
Yeah,
think about it.
Bits is probably fucking blitzed, man.
Oh, probably right. No,
The Blitz,
I
not Bits.
I literally just lit a joint right now. So I have no excuse for whatever was said earlier, but now I will. But yeah, I thought with that '90s show, like with the ones that I watched, I, Forrest. When you said Forrest, maybe that makes a little bit more sense. But I kind of thought it seemed very high school kind of level acting, like high school play kind of stuff. Like obviously, Red Foreman and Katie and all the cameos were like actors that were seasoned, but it seemed like all the newer characters, they didn't seem comfortable. Like they didn't. I don't know. It seemed forced. The way you put it seemed best. But whatever. I watched them.
Yeah, it's not like revoltingly horrible, but it's not like, oh, this is the best show ever made. I mean, that's what the '70s show too is not like, oh, it was just mindless, and that's what I feel like this is. It's just like, here's some mindless throwback platitudes to that show and also the '90s, and like, haha. Haha, we used to get high too in the '90s, like they did in the '70s.
Are there
Oh
more like
boy.
40s involved? I don't know. I
I
remember
like.
40s.
Yeah, we had a lot of 40s in the '90s. I still got some.
I mean, I grew up rural Minnesota, which is the same scene as like the '70s show and everything. And we didn't, I don't know, it was all weed and beer, but not really 40s. Like, just beer and stealing alcohol from random parents. Like, hard.
That's the keystone to every kid growing up getting drunk, man. You got to steal some alcohol from the parents.
Yeah, the first time I got drunk was at like a friend's house, and we were like having a girls' sleepover in her like trailer behind her house, like her camper trailer, and then she stole cherry brandy, and we got really drunk on it and went on the trampoline and all got really sick. Like, so, I mean, and it's like, I don't know, I kind of like the '70s show and like even the '90s show because it's like, it is like some of that stupid small town shit that like we used to do. And it's like that stuff, like in all the craziness, it's like that stuff always like made me feel like half normal because like it's like, yeah, all this crazy shit's going on in my life, but like I'm still just like at that time it was like, oh, I'm a teenager just doing this stupid teenager stuff. So I don't know. Like that's why I think I would like find those shows comforting, even though they're not like top tier entertainment or anything.
I mean, I think that's pretty much their point, though, right? Like that's why they're
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like how HP stepped down and put his hand up.
Has to let us know that he's not there.
He's saving his spot. It's like he's at I don't know, you guys got video lottery terminals in the States. I imagine you like fucking video gambling, and you like put a sign down or lean your chair up against it if you're playing and you want to step away and go to the bathroom but save your machine. Just got his hand up.
I thought he was just asking if he could come up and ask a question again or something.
Nope. He said he was going to step down for a little bit.
Well, I know. I heard that part, but then I was like, well, maybe he's back and now he's ready to ask something.
No, he put that up like right away.
Oh.
like leaving your chips at the table.
Yeah. How do you
gonna go take a leak?
Yeah. I've never had that problem. I usually lose my fucking money way too quick. I never have the problem having to take a leak. I usually don't even finish my beer. Oh, I'm broke. Okay, well, I'm going to step away now.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, we're supposed to get into the Blind Chronicles that was up earlier asking a question. He does some cool art. Fellow Canadian, man. I love it when I find Canadians. He did some. I was just a little message popped up from him here, but I was just thinking about his art. Sorry, I got totally. See, I smoked that joint. Now look at what's happened to me. I'm off the rails.
Well, this train has been on the wrong track since it left the station today.
Hell no. We've been on the trash tracks. We've been on the glitched trash tracks.
Empress, it's been great though. I've just been listening to you and Empress mostly tonight. It's been great.
Yeah. No, I've been watching you fade out. I've been paying attention, and yeah, you drop out, back in, drop out, back in. You know, who else thinks? I mean, I think we talked about this, how these spaces should be better. They should run a lot better because we know the technology's there to handle this kind of people coming in and this kind of stuff. But I think, like, even something as simple as the emojis at the bottom, like, man, even if you're going to only allow us to have, 10 emojis to choose from plus the raise your hand one, like, just like, can we customize them? And I don't mean like the color. I don't mean the color of the heart. Like, I mean,
why can't I get a mind blowing emoji?
Yeah. Party fingers.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's just...
Only 10 emotions allowed. No more.
But you should be able to pick them, right? Like, I'll accept that I can only have 10 when I'm in a space, but can I pick them? And like, right ahead of time, okay, pick your emoji. You're going to sign into this space. Now you got to pick your emojis that you want to use. Hopefully you pick right. And then you're locked in when you get into space. That's the way I feel. Because I find a lot of the times when I can't talk too, when I'm in spaces and I'm like, I want to like share what I'm, and I can't. I'm like, well, fuck, God damn it. I guess I'll just put another goddamn heart up there, I guess. Sometimes you put the fist bump and you the little raised fist in the air and you go, well, I don't know. It wasn't quite a raise the fist in the air kind of feeling. Like it should have been, maybe a forward fist, like a fist bump kind of feel, right?
I'm glad you clarified.
Yeah.
The forward fist.
It's just the way I feel. Yeah. And maybe roses, maybe a rose. There's a couple times where I think a rose would be a nice one. You could put that little rose. We could drop choo-choo trains.
There you go. Yeah. Puffs of smoke.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mike Nash, you gave us the most interactions with a tweet was your quote tweet that I posted up last week.
Holy smokes, man! That like threw me. I mean, I appreciate it. It was weird to hear my voice. And then it was like a reminder, like, oh, all this is recorded.
The little light's always flashing at the top. But yeah, no, and I actually learned something from doing that, because when I did post it, I realized that it was really important that I should have asked you first, regardless. But it wasn't like it was something horrible or anything like that. But it was one of the most active tweets I've had with the WX8BK spaces. People really, really resonated with people. I thought that was dope.
Dude, that's fucking awesome. And I was like totally off grid because I don't know any of the engagement on that one for sure. That's good to hear. This is news.
I think we just need a new disclaimer at the top. Since we don't talk financials anymore, we can just say something like, anything you say can and will be
used against you,
and will be tweeted against you. Can and will be tweeted against you.
Well, no, I think that if in the future when I do those, I definitely would reach out to the person, because regardless of whether I have the right to or not, it seems right to ask is all. That's just, but I mean, hell, I had
no feeling of violation.
Yeah.
And it was all excitement and adoration, really.
Well,
That was nuts, man. I was like, oh, yeah, okay. So, all right. Yeah, this is recorded.
yeah. No, I do save them, and they all are on YouTube. Well, they go up on YouTube as we're getting them now, so got to get the old catalog up there too. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's kind of a cool thing because I'm trying to figure out how to do this well and better. I mean, obviously the guests we have are 100%. I believe the reason that as many people come into these spaces as do, like that, it's hands down. It's not because me, you, and Willie are hanging out in here. I don't believe that, no matter what anybody says. But I just kind of want to get more engagements. Like I need to learn how to use the Twitter, and there's so many things that I can do that I just need to start tapping into it and getting used to doing it. Because those quotes, like I have one that remember the Denver donkey one, Mike? I don't know if you remember when Denver like totally just like did a presidential speech or whatever you want to call it, like for the space and how people are going to thrive in 2023. And I kind of got the idea that it's kind of cool that if we have like a moment like that, like why not share it? Like that sound clip that I played of you, like that to me, that speaks to what we've created in this space. In the night train is that I want it to be a place where anybody can come and talk. It doesn't matter who, what color, anything, exactly what you said. It's just that's the way we've created this space. And I think it is the vibe that we give out, but I wanted to try to get it out there and share it to people. Go, hey man, I know you see the 5 hour recording and you don't want to listen to that 5 hour Twitter space, but it's worth it to listen to a bit of it because they're pretty fucking good. And they're pretty genuine, and they're, you know, we've had people on here who have had Solana projects that they only are on Solana. We've had people only on ETH. We've had people that haven't even been involved in Web3 NFTs, period. So men, women, purple people, made up
Holy
people.
smokes, man! For you to take a 5 hour spot and and blame that piece, that's even more of I'm a that makes my balls tingle.
Speaking of
Good.
tingling balls, I just want to give another shout out to Tostitos, our sponsor this hour. I mean,
Hey,
not only
we
do
don't
they
give
give
shout
you the
outs for free.
salsa, they give you the cup-shaped chip to load that salsa in your big face. So shout out to Tostitos. Making balls tingle since 1991.
Yeah, Mike. Balls tingling is absolutely that speaks. That's
I don't even
so,
know,
I
man.
was trying to say. No, but that's. I listen to these spaces. I mean, Willie knows this. Like I used to always listen to every space at least twice all the way through. And then now I don't have the time to really do that, but I've been diving back into them and looking for these sound bites. And yeah, man, like it's cool. I think it's a good way to show people, you know, hey, maybe you should stop in for a little bit and check out what we're doing here. Because I mean, I think what we got going on here is a pretty goddamn good space.
Don't
Yeah,
worry.
I mean, I've had a nice time and I've had mixed bags with pieces in the past, not here, but just people in general. And I even got a DM from someone, I won't say who, but they were like, oh, these guys are so wholesome. This is so nice. And I'm just like, oh, like, I think because like out in the space, like out in NFT land, like there's so much just like chest thumping and like weird ego shit and alpha male gotta be the loudest and the best. Like, I don't know, it's kind of nice where it's just a chill space talking about normal stuff. Kind of normal, yeah.
And it all kind of ties back to, you know, like what Bids is saying right now with Mike saying, you know, about, you know, we try not to judge and all that, and you know, black, brown, purple, white, who, you know, whatever, who cares? male, female, doesn't matter. And then, that kind of ties back to like what you were saying earlier, and how Bits also said, we don't do a lot of research on the artist ahead of time. And I preface that with other than the art itself, because like you were saying, there could be these subconscious level like prejudices that can arise. So that's one of the reasons why we don't do a lot of research ahead of time. It's not that we don't want to get to know you. Obviously, if we didn't want to get to know you, we wouldn't want to talk to you at all,
Well,
right?
all bets are off now. Now we dive deep.
Yeah, we went
Well,
deep. And also, I want to point out too, so one thing I want to give you props for that you didn't ask me, that I get asked a lot, is like to talk about Rob or talk about Max or talk about some dude who I'm friends with that is maybe makes art too. Like, you didn't do that. And like, I don't know like how much to express that is really cool, because as a woman in the space, like I've gone into so many different spaces and people are just asking me about other people, and it's like, well, why aren't you just interviewing them? Like, I'm here to talk about me and my work, and it's like, get them on and talk about them. Don't ask me about like don't ask me about what they're doing. Like, I'm not here to talk about that. So I don't know, like I just wanted to like give you all mad props, because we've been here how many hours and that question has not come up at all.
That means the world. Go ahead. Sorry, Willie.
And thank you for that. But it's also like, if we had them on, we wouldn't want to ask them about you for 3 hours. Like, it's just a matter of respect, really. We like Bit says, we respect your time and the time that you're able to give us. So, we don't want to waste that talking about somebody else. We want to know about you and your stuff.
Yeah, and HP actually last week, because we didn't have, I asked a couple times about if he was boring the crowd or whatever, and wanted emojis, and expressed about like being in spaces where there's like 8 people up chatting all at once about, right? And Willie said, if you're boring the people by talking about your art, then they're in the wrong space. And that's because that's what we want to know about. Like, we want to know, it's the artist show. Like I said earlier, I can't remember what you were talking about, Empress, but you were like, well, I could go on forever. And it's like, that's what we want. That's why you're here. We can ask you all the same questions and the generic questions, and like you said, talk about other people and kind of name drop all night long. But that's, yeah, man, that ain't why we're here. Thank you, though. Wow, that was a huge compliment.
Hey, Bits, Willie, seriously though, guys, I think I've been more invested in the Twitter spaces since I've joined Twitter than this whole NFT thing that we're doing. And you guys definitely have one of the best spaces. Thank you. You guys definitely have one of the best spaces that I've been tuning into. I actually live with you guys don't see me in here too often, but I actually live with Nicholas Dimes. So when he tunes in, I'm usually listening. And you guys really do.
We see you down there with one of the Million Shadow Band every Tuesday.
Of course, yeah.
Absolutely.
I forgot about that.
And Nicholas Dimes lives on Flynn's couch, kind of like the Big Lebowski.
No,
yes.
Seriously though, you guys.
Does he make eggs in the morning?
You guys really.
Or they're too fast for eggs.
You guys really do hold a fucking amazing space, though. Like, just super humble guys. And the community is great too. I'm really enjoying what you guys are doing.
It's just what we like to do.
Thanks, Flynn.
Yeah, thank you. It's just what we like to do. It's what's fun for us. So
yeah, well, we're gonna grow it one day. We hope. Just like in the future, they're going to be talking about Empress Trash and sharing her art, and they're going to be like looking to HP. They're going to be looking to HP.
Paintbrush out your mouth.
But they're going to be looking at H.P. Lovebuck's, paintings of these American metal and reliving their, and hopefully, Bits, Willie, and Mike Nash are in the background and go, oh, well, they were there too. We gotta give them subliner notes, right? They were there. Do you remember? Well, maybe, who knows? Maybe someday they'll go back and they'll pull that fucking Mike Nash quote up, and they'll be like, God damn, do you remember how caring this space was, that the night train? They loved everybody. They had that alien on
The
at one
night
time.
train, man.
We gotta go back
Shout
and
out
find
to
his
Texadelic, yo.
find his GM speech. We gotta find that Mike
Dude.
Nash GM speech.
Oh,
Which one is that?
The
And we
one where
don't
you
see-
told us that GM doesn't necessarily mean good morning. It means we're early.
Oh, yeah.
It means General Motors, right?
Yeah.
General
Motors
Motors.
is early in the
Absolutely.
electric car game. Something about that. Something about the 70s and politics and
It's such a good vibration. It's such a sweet sensation.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh
It's
shit, are we
such
doing
a good
karaoke?
vibration.
Vibration.
It's such a sweet sensation. DJ mix it. Joy and pain. Pump it up.
Pump it up.
Sunshine and rain. Come on, come on, come on.
Everybody dance now.
Get it, everybody dance. Holy shit.
I've got the power.
Oh, snap.
It's getting kind of heavy.
Rhythm is a dancer. It's a soul's companion. Oh, wow. We went way back, man. I don't know. Some of you might not even be old enough for some of those.
Yeah.
Shit, man. There'd be people down there going, what the fucking... Oh, so
those were some jams.
So Salt and Pepper, fucking last night, I don't know what channel, it was like Lifetime Network that we have up here in Canada. I just was scrolling through the guide and I see this Salt and Pepper something Lifetime channel, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And it's, I don't know, it was like some biography on them, but it was all like these, I don't know, it was the weirdest fucking movie I had ever seen, and it was on Salt and Pepper, and it was right out to lunch. But I somehow
like actresses playing them.
Yeah, and
telling their story.
But they were like, all the backgrounds, no matter where they were, it was all digital backgrounds, unless they were inside of a building.
Filmed in one room with green screen.
It was so horrible. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck am I watching? I'm like, I should really put this joint down because I shouldn't be watching this.
I need to tune into Canadian Lifetime. They got all the good shit up there.
Oh, dude, it was horrible. But I saw them once, and it was the most horrible. I saw them once about 7 years ago, and it was it was so horrible. It was not what I expected at all. Like, they were washed up, and like they were like Salt and Pepper was coming to town, and I'm like, what? Why? Like, did they release a new album? Okay, well let's go check it out. It's at whatever, and it was like one of the most horriblest shows I had ever seen in my life. The only thing I liked was when Spinderella just like, she would just like play tunes for like a minute, or like some beats and like scratch and stuff like that. When she DJ'd, it was amazing.
Yeah, Spinderella, totally.
But the second the other two came back out and started singing and just like yelling into the microphone, I was like, what the hell's going on here? I don't even know. Anyway,
that's a wild experience, man. Holy smokes.
It was unpleasant. The beers cost way too much for that experience that night. It was disappointing.
Sometimes it's not about the music, like the quality. It's about the feeling, the energy of Salt and Pepper. You know what I'm saying? Them screaming into those mics. I feel like I would have just had a blast.
All right, maybe I got to look at it differently. I don't know what.
Bits was coming at it as a DJ, I think. You're picking it apart, like, as technically
too close to the subject. You think?
Yeah.
I actually think I wrecked the whole. I actually think that I wrecked the whole mega mix vibe that we had before I told my Salt and Pepper story. Like we were doing it. We were like fucking Mega Mix 1995. And
It's 3 a.m. 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Eternal. Whoa, whoa.
oh, the KLF was fucking dope, man.
The KLF is gonna rock you.
Yeah, man. You know, that actually brings up something very interesting. Right here, I have the CD that's been sitting on my fucking desk forever. And it's upside down. And then I was cleaning up like a week and a half ago. And I'm like, what the fuck is this CD anyways? And I pick it up and it's fucking Milli Vanilli. Just laying there.
Oh, man.
Gosh,
Oh, man.
that's probably going to be worth as much as my 1994 Encyclopedia Britannica CD-ROM.
Britannicas, yeah, totally.
I mean,
Dude, I like the B-side better than the single, I think. Even though that's a confession in itself.
Hey, man, Milli Vanilli was a time and a place. People loved them. They did. So, but I just couldn't believe it's been sitting. It hasn't been sitting on my desk since fucking 1990.
Since 1990, yeah.
No,
they,
no. But...
they changed the game and got punished for it.
Yeah. It's like you can commit the crime, but whatever you do, don't get caught.
Well,
it's kind of what we're all doing. You know, we're changing the game right now. I mean, we're not, impersonating really, but we're we're building the ladder as we climb it, kind of in this space, right? Or is that too philosophical?
No, I like that. I'm timestamping it. Building the ladder as we climb it. 9:47.
That's like American Ninja Warrior shit.
Oh, that's some crazy shit.
Do you guys not get American Ninja Warrior down there in America?
We get Canadian Ninja Warrior.
Yeah, they're all just like.
I don't know about all that, man. I remember American Gladiator.
Sorry.
I know Laser and the like. Not to be confused with Laser Lou.
They hit each other's big foam clubs and apologize. It's really brutal.
Is that the Canadians? Yeah.
They're like, whack, man, sorry. Whack, excuse me.
We throw beavers at each other.
I just want to say Laser Lou is an American Gladiator, though.
100%. 150.
He's got the mustache for it, that's for sure.
Well, and let's face it, his secret weapon is fucking lasers.
And it's all goddamn real. It's not a fucking render.
I have some outfit drop about Laser Lou, guys. I'm going to dispel an internet rumor right here. He is not a reindeer. I know those rumors circulated around Christmas time, but he is not a reindeer.
I must have missed those rumors.
No, but like whenever whenever Rudolph
the antlers in the picture
is having an off day, like Laser's like right in there though. Like we'll straight up stand in and not take any credit. It's right there when we need to light the way.
And the kids need their toys, man. Kids need their toys, and he's up on the rooftop getting the job done.
He's the kid that every kid, like, he has the toys that everybody else who goes, whoa.
Yeah, honey, I got to go to work. Let me get my smoke machine and my lasers. Hold on, be right back.
I'm going to the closet. I have to go to work, honey.
We just put on the Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome soundtrack, and I'm good.
Dude. Beyond Thunder. I was just trying to think of what other songs were on that soundtrack.
We don't need another hero, I think.
Yeah, well, that's the only one I can think of.
That's the only one, yeah. I think Wild Boys by Duran Duran is an honorary mention. It wasn't on the soundtrack, totally. But it should have been.
Should have been. Dude, well, the video looked like it was Mad Max,
absolutely.
Right? That was a dope tune, man. Duran Duran, I actually said this not very recently in a conversation I was having in a McDonald's lineup. Duran Duran was fucking awesome, dude.
Like, they're a great band.
Dude,
great band.
Fucking, those beats, like, they should drop that. Like, I don't know. I think the kids should be listening to that shit. They should really respect the Duran Duran. Like, that has some heavy hits, deep lyrics.
Homie said the kids should be listening to that. I like that.
Yeah.
The kids.
Smell like I sound. Like, I mean,
smell like I sound.
Right. Like, people don't write lyrics like that anymore.
Dude, when I listen to Duran Duran, I straight up flip a table.
Yeah. Dude.
In slow motion.
With a shirt like...
Oh, I'd love to see that, man.
Dude, they pioneered that shit. You know, that was an early video, Hungry Like the Wolf, and like for no reason he just flips a table in slow motion. Then for like 9 years on MTV, it was like obligatory table flip in most music videos.
Yeah.
It's like that's what happens when you get pissed off. It's
Yeah,
like...
you just get like so pumped up that you have to flip a table.
See, and that's where these times. See, you should paint that scene because that's something that you can't live nowadays because you're just going to get fucking arrested and like it'll be bad. It won't be as cool as it is in those old videos from Duran Duran.
Unless you're a real housewife, right? Don't they flip a lot of tables?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
No, it's basically biblical if you look into it.
Oh my god!
I don't know.
It's kind of is.
The Last Supper that Jesus flips the table at the end.
They all got up and flipped.
Hey, Empress. If you could, if you could see anybody, like dead or alive, if you could see anyone perform concert-wise music, who would it be?
Oh shit, dead or alive? Freddie Mercury. 100% Freddie Mercury. I adore that man so much. And it's like I always I was a child when he was around, like I was born in the 80s, and I just never got to actually see him live. And I would want to see him and tell him how beautiful he is and how he changed the world for the better. So yeah, Freddie Mercury,
Great
100%.
answer. Great answer.
Man, he was an amazing dude. I remember that. The Live Aid concert. It was Live Aid, wasn't it?
Yep, Live Aid was great.
Yeah, that was like huge. I bet you if I went to my dad's house, I still have that fucking original VHS recording of that when it was on. And I recorded.
Yeah, I remember where I was. I was at my grandmother's house. I remember watching it. Kids, that was 1985. So New Coke had just come out, and man, that's all you need to know.
Is that like no Crystal Clear Pepsi came out in the 90s? But no, New Coke was the mid 80s.
Yeah, 85 New Coke. Crystal Pepsi. Yeah. That was like Right Here, Right Now. Van Halen. You remember that?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Right now. Till tomorrow. I love reliving that shit. It's awesome. It's really fucked up. Every time I see one of those, like especially right now, every time I see one of those, this album was released 20 years ago. This album released was 25 years ago. Like the Use Your Illusion albums, I remember where I was and what I was doing. Somehow it seems like it was very recently, but it was so not.
No, Use Your Illusion 1 and Metallica Black were the first two albums, were the first two CDs I ever bought.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, 8.
Cool.
Yeah, and Justice for All was the first CD I ever had.
Dope.
Yeah, y'all do not want to know my first CDs.
Yeah,
I do.
I'm
Go, Nash. Come on.
No.
I'll tell you mine. Mine was 50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying.
Mine were very bad. Mine was earlier than that. Holy smokes. Yeah, I just basically
you need to tell
was it the
laid it
Hansons?
out.
Was it the Hansons?
Okay, so I got 3
Hanson.
CDs with it was like this stereo system that looked like a stereo system, but it wasn't. It was like one unit. It was basically a boombox.
Yep, I know the one.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Oh man, this is really bad. Okay, I don't know where to start.
The first one.
Well, the one that I opened up first on Christmas morning.
Sure.
Yes, take us there.
Okay. I got Amy Grant. I got
baby
Brian Adams. Yes. It was baby. It was that one. I got Brian, not Ryan Adams.
Brian Adams from the
Canadian.
The soundtrack.
Yeah, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Yes.
Oh fuck! Come on, you guys. See, that's where the rest. That's, you know what? Sorry, Mike, to interrupt, but like that's interesting because I mean Brian Adams is Canadian, so like there's like when you guys go Prince of Thieves, like that's what comes together for Brian Adams. I'm like, wow.
Is that right though, Mike? Is that
sorry,
the one from the Prince of Thieves soundtrack?
Or was it Wake Up the Neighborhood?
I mean, I remember Cuts Like a Knife, but that was earlier.
Did we lose Mike?
I think we lost Mike.
All right, let's all just invent the third CD. And the third CD was Two Live Crew.
Paula Abdul.
Huey Lewis.
It seems like the wholesomeness was right there.
Huey Lewis,
and how wholesome was that? He's like Amy Grant.
Oh, Amy Grant though, like baby.
So wholesome.
Mariah Carey. I'm gonna go with Mariah Carey.
Oh, like the Christmas album.
Wilson Phillips. I'm gonna go Wilson Phillips.
Oh, I loved the Wilson Phillips album when I was a kid. That was one of my favorites.
Wilson Phillips, man, I could go get in some bubble bath right now and listen to that whole album and just chill.
Hold on, right? Like Hold On was like,
dude, there's some philosophy right there, you know. You gotta break free from the chains.
Oh.
I know that there is pain, but you hold on for one more day.
Yeah. Break free.
I really need some of that bubble bath into Wilson Phillips. Just chill the fuck out.
It was probably a Michael Jackson CD.
So my first CD that I ever bought with my own money when I was a little kid was Weird Al Yankovic, Even Worse.
Which one was Even Worse? What did that have?
It was like Bad. Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was. Yeah, you were a year earlier than me because I was like 88.
Because I'm fat. You know it.
So,
yeah, I'm fat.
And that was
funny.
A great
video.
That was the third CD at that time. That was the third CD that was in my household because my mom bought Glass Tiger, The Thin Red Line. My dad.
You got to be knowing Canadian shit to be down with Glass Tiger.
Oh right, but Glass Tiger.
Don't forget me when I'm gone.
Totally.
My heart will break. I'm sorry. I'm from northern Vermont, so we got Canadian media.
Yeah. I love it. I think it's really cool.
I know a lot of Canadian shit.
That's dope. When I talk to a lot of Americans, it's funny because you can always tell people that are from not the northern states because they know nothing about Canada whatsoever.
Guilty.
Yeah, right. Like we've had this conversation on this space before, where it's like in Canada, we learn about America. We learn everything about America. Like we have tests on naming all of the fucking states, which, like, let's face the facts, most Americans can't even fucking do that. I mean, I can't now anymore for sure, but it's so funny. But then it's like, if you talk to somebody that's from like Montana, they're like, oh yeah, no, we totally get the fucking weather you guys got up there. And, you know, we like Our Lady Peace and Glass Tiger.
Dude, don't get me started on the trage, okay? Just don't even.
Oh. Dude, the Tragically Hip should be world renowned. If anybody throughout the world doesn't know the Tragically Hip, man, they were just legendary. Mike Nash, you know the Tragically Hip, right?
No, he doesn't.
I think we lost him.
Oh, we lost Mike Nash.
Yeah, we lost Mike.
Yeah,
that third CD is going to be forever a mystery. But yeah, I'm going to go maybe Paula Abdul when she did that duet with the animated cat.
Yeah. Was that Opposites Attract?
Opposites Attract. That's what it was.
Yeah. Totally. Yeah. But yeah, we only had 3 CD player in our house that was like, I remember my uncle gave it to us and like my parents didn't want to take it because like it was like $900 back in 1987 or whatever the fuck it was, 88.
Yep, that's right.
But then,
that's the price,
we had the Glass Tiger CD. We had that Belinda Carlisle CD, the Heaven is in a Place on Earth.
Yep.
And then I bought the Weird Al Yankovic. And I mean, dude, like CDs when we bought were like they were like $70 back then. Like it was stupid.
They've always been $19.99 down here.
What do you know, young man?
Always $19.99. Now VHS used to be $99.99 for a while there.
Not in Canada. They were always $9.99.
See, he gives them, he takes them. I don't know.
The old days. I mean, the old days. Yeah, but that fucks me up when I fucking look at that now and I go, well, I guess I can't be picking up them young ladies anymore. You're just an old fucker. If you can say that you bought a CD player when they came out, you're out of that age range.
Yeah, you're pretty old, dude.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most 20-year-olds don't even know what a CD player is.
Dude, I can't. It's so funny how that technology came in and out. Like, I guess the kind of CD technology was around, but it kind of evolved as it was here, right? Turned into DVD. But I remember that. Like, even my first fucking DVD burner that I had on one of my first PCs, I paid like $1,500. I want to say I paid like $1,800 for it, but I think it was about $1,500 that I paid for that fucking stupid thing. And it took like hours to burn a CD. Hours. You made sure that whatever you downloaded off of fucking Napster was correct.
Yeah, well, it would burn at a like the originals would burn at a 1-to-1 rate, right? So if you had an hour-long CD, it would burn in an hour. So the first one I bought, the first CD burner I bought, yeah, I paid like $600 for it or something like that, and it was a 2x. It was a 2-speed, right? So burned it at half speed basically. So an hour CD would take you 30 minutes to burn, and I would take CDs, and it would take you 4 days to download anything off of Napster. But you take those Napster songs, burn 30, 40 copies of those, sell them at school for $5, pay for your CD burner.
See, when I was doing it, I was working in the strip clubs, and I would sell them to dancers for $50. But I would only put on 12 songs. I made my money back. That's the only reason I bought that. There would have been no fucking way in the world when I was like 19 years old, there would have been no way in this world I was funding or buying that CD burner. But yeah, I just made discs for them. It was pretty awesome. I used to have to make cassette tapes. That was a pain in the ass. But then I started CDs. It was dope. Then eventually it became to the point where I had to like sell them for like $15. But of course, things got a lot better by that time.
I think you guys were in Web 3 back then. You just didn't know it.
Oh, super advanced. Totally were.
I just like taking down industries. First one was Napster. Now I'm working on the stock market.
That's a tough one. This is not financial advice.
Never is.
So, I gotta go let my dog in. He's
well, you guys, I'm going to drop from the space. It's been really enjoyable. I do agree with Sid. You guys run a great space, good vibes, and a nice conversation.
Thanks, HP.
No problem. And Empress, great hanging out with you. All the fine folks and the listeners, help me get that Tostitos sponsorship, man. That's my ticket to the big time, Once I get that big corn chip money, start rocking with big salsa. Living the dream.
Big salsa.
Big salsa is going to bankroll my art career.
Black Eyed Peas playing your event.
Black Eyed Peas playing my next promo event. They're like, we heard what you said about us in that space, you bastard.
I'm trying to get Big Beer to sponsor us. We know enough people in beer. Big Beer sponsors.
All right, peace, everybody.
Thanks, HP. That HP. He's living in Monday. Hopefully he's here tomorrow. I kind of want to put a space up tomorrow.
We totally should.
Just for HP. Empress is coming in for the real show now.
Just have this reminds me of something. Okay, so what is noise music?
What is it?
Yeah, what is it? Like,
It's
Is it like noises
heavily,
of like whales and shit like that, or?
no, it's like usually heavily distorted. It's pretty much like glitch art, but in music.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like using different things to make noise and using a lot of feedback, and a lot of times it's like using a lot of like synth stuff and like
So
feeding.
not like soothing noises like ocean waves
Well, I mean,
and
it
whales and.
depends on who you are, if it's soothing or not.
Right,
But I
right,
mean,
right,
it
right.
can be like, I find it really soothing because I like the vibrations of it, and I like the dissonance and the insanity and all of it. But to some people, it may not be soothing. So I
Okay.
don't know. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
not
the guy.
something on a noise machine, I would say. Then is
Well,
how
it
I'm trying
could
to
be.
phrase it, I guess.
No.
It could be, I guess. No,
I mean, you could put it on a noise machine. A lot of it is just really heavily distorted, and there is
and
like a lot of
loop.
white, yeah, like a lot of white noise in it, but it's like really, like it's a lot of distortion and dissonance in it. And I view it like it's like anti-music in a lot of way, where it's like not, I don't know, not trying to harmonize. If anything, it's trying to like disharmonize.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
the guy that I saw years ago in Vancouver, he had. Do you know what a theremin is?
Yep.
Yeah, right. So that's how he started the show. He just came out. There was this theremin in the middle of this tiny little shithole, and he just came in. He did the little wee wee, and then he picked a tone, and then he like looped it, and then he started distorting it, and then he started like tapping things, and then he would loop it and distort it, and by the 5 minutes into it, it sounded absolutely nothing like what had started it. But that's what this guy did. Yeah, and he would just play with reverberation and fucking crazy. Fendel just stepped up. He probably definitely has something to say about
So I've
noise.
I've been thinking about buying a theremin for years now, because I feel like I'd be a good theremin player since I can't play an instrument. I feel like I'd be good at that.
Do it, man.
I have a deep catalog of Led Zeppelin songs in my head.
Big theremin tunes.
Yeah, a lot of big theremin tunes up there. So I feel like maybe we start opening the space with some theremin.
Oh, do it, man. You get one. I'd love it. I would love to fuck around with one. I think it would be a blast. There's a guy I follow that's just amazing. I'm a little high right now, and his name is eluding me, but I'll tell you in a minute.
Gonna make me look up theremin prices.
There you go.
See if they're in budget.
Hey, Fendel, how's it going, man?
Hey, you guys. What a wonderful show this has been. It's really Empress Trash. It is so cool to just hang out with you and just hear you talk and just send in so much love. I just wanted to come up and just say hi really quick and maybe just even ask you about some of more of the music that influences your art and yeah, like noise music. I mean, a lot of that stuff I just wanted to like say quickly, a lot of that stuff is like 50s and 60s, kind of starting with John Cage and stuff like that. Like that would be somebody cool to check out if you haven't listened to his
music. I would 100% say that's like kind of the progenitor of a lot of it, is like, and John Cage, and then I can't remember names of anyone right now. I can like hear the songs in my head, but I can't think of any names for some reason. It's getting late and I'm tired.
For sure.
But as to like other music, are you like that inspires my art? Like I listen to music a lot when I'm creating, and it really depends on where I'm at emotionally. Because a lot of times I'm like trying to process like big emotions out when I'm making art. And it is anywhere from like a lot of hip hop to dance, EDM, to pop, to metal, to punk, to like, I don't know, like it's really, really like all over the place. Like I used to be very much a purist. Like I only listened to like pop and metal music or punk and metal music, and then like I would secretly listen to pop music and like not tell anyone. Like I was one of those kids. Like I'm like, oh, I have to keep my persona up. I'm this badass like metal chick. But eventually, like, because I just love music in general, like I just like dropped that stupidity and I just like listen to a lot of stuff. I also listen to like a lot of psychedelic rock or just weird stuff like that. And when I'm animating, I tend to listen to like a lot of either EDM or hip hop or pop or anything with a good beat, because I like having a good beat in a song like helps me animate better and gets like a good rhythm and stuff. And so yeah, and once in it, like lately I've been like fixating on a song while I'm animating a something or working on something, so I'm like hitting in on like whatever emotion that song is bringing up. And I've been like titling pieces just whatever the title of the song is. So it's like a very like I'm just like fuck it. Like I don't have a good title because I literally was just listening to the song on repeat while I was making it. So it's like I just dropped one. It's like look what you made me do, and it's like literally I was just listening to Taylor Swift. Look what you made me do over and over again while I was making it. And then my latest drop, the one that's open right now in Nifty Gateway for the Glitch exhibit through Oshi Gallery. I was listening to Kimbra's 90s music over and over again while I was making that piece, so I just titled it 90s music. So yeah, like I'm just starting to do that because it's just easy, and it's like, well, this song really was like that piece. So yeah, and like I've been thinking about like once I used to do music, and I've been thinking about making music to like put to my stuff at some point, but it's just not, I'm not there yet. I just I'm still in just appreciation mode. I don't know if I like have the wherewithal to like make music and put it out there. So yeah.
I think you probably do. What instrument would you play?
I was in orchestras like middle school, high school, and so I'm like trained on violin and viola, and then I played bass guitar too for a long time. But what I really want is a cello, like really, really want a cello. Like that's what I always wanted to play when I was a kid, and I just wasn't allowed to. And I love the cello a lot, and if I got one, I probably would like hook it up, like try to hook it up all the like synthy stuff and play around with like doing like weird distorted things with it and not make anything melodic at all, because that's not, I'm really tired of structured music making it because I was in orchestra so long that like I would want to like swing to the other end and just completely deconstruct everything and go from there. But yeah, since I've been like nomadic and everything, I haven't like bothered to try to get a cello because that just moving around with a cello sounds awful.
That sounds harder than moving a Rottweiler around, honestly.
I
One
the
for a little bit.
Rottweiler at least can walk on its own. That's all I'll say. Cello can't carry itself.
Find a place that rents them.
Maybe.
You know, like a lot of music stores will rent them for schools and shit.
Yeah, I'm scared to rent anything because I'm very accident prone and I break everything, and literally everything. Like at some point, if it's in my bubble, will get broken, and a delicate instrument definitely gets messed up around me.
That's what insurance is for.
Yeah.
You just don't want to damage an instrument. I mean, that's ever. Sure. Or anything, I guess. Fendel, what's the difference between, you have a stand-up bass, correct? Or do you have a cello? What's the difference? It popped into my head.
Yeah, upright bass. Right. It's a bigger instrument. It's a lower tone. And the cello is just such a wonderful instrument. I would really encourage you to do that at some point. It's what an expressive instrument, and hooking that up to either pedals or just virtual like effects, you know, on the computer, like you could do some amazing stuff. I would love to hear that. So I hope you do that.
Someday, soon-ish, when I have a permanent place, like cello art studio, I can be my emo self and like lock myself away with my cello for hours and tell everyone to leave me alone.
Well, let me know when you do that, like, you know, if you need suggestions for like wacky type of effects, and you know, because I'm really interested in that kind of music that that's not, you know, kind of moves away from, you know, a standard like grid, you know, system, you know, and form, you know, just moving away from form. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, I really like one of my favorite bands that is really out there is the Paper Chase, and they're like punk noise dissonant stuff, but they have a cello in it, and it's like all the ones with, and the cello they have in it is just so it's so gritty, and like it's not like, I mean, like when people think of like crazy cello, they think of like, what is that one band where they do all the metal covers with cellos? I can't even think of it right now.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they think of that, and it's not like that. Like they take the cello and they actually make like these crazy sounds with it, and it's like it's like jazz noise punk stuff. And I don't know, like they're probably one of my top tier bands, and like they just like managed to like make dissonant music but in a very cohesive way, and something that it's just like I haven't heard a lot, but like they also have a cello in it. So if you are interested in that, I would recommend them. And their whole rabbit hole of music.
What was the name of that band again?
The Paper Chase.
Paper Chase. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I definitely want to check that out. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's really like, I love it. And they're
where
like,
are they from?
I can't remember, but I think south somewhere, like south in America. But I know like one of their albums, they actually like locked themselves in a cabin in Minnesota and recorded it. And the reason I like discovered them was because like my friends were like friends with them, and when they were like, and like help them facilitate that, and then they were like, yeah, my friends are in this weird cabin doing weird shit, and I'm like, oh, what weird shit are they doing? And I'm like, and then they shared their music. I'm like, this is good weird shit. And like they just have been in love with it since. So yeah, I think Arizona, maybe Texas.
They're out of Dallas, it says.
Yeah, Texas, that's it. So yeah, they're really cool. I don't think they're making new albums anymore. I think but it's like very much an early 2010s vibe for me. I listen to a lot of the Paper Chase.
Very cool. Very cool.
Now I got to look up John Cage and the Paper Chase. So I wrote this down here. Nope. The music definitely. Mark, thanks for coming up and actually asking those questions. Like, and if you got more, definitely continue on. But it's like I forget about that. I mean, music is so important to me, and it's always at the forefront of my head that I want that to be a question to always ask artists: is what do you listen to? What do you listen to when you create? What do you listen to? Blah blah blah. And I forget sometimes. I'm really happy you came up and asked that.
Oh, sure, of course. Empress, I'd love to know like what you have, like what's going on, you know, with your art, you know, coming up and this year, and what do you, you know, see for different blockchains, and I'd love to know like what you see, coming up this whole year.
Oh shit, that's a big question. It's like the future is so, I don't know. I know, I mean, for me personally, like I'm just going month by month. I am like, I like right now, like I have the drop with Oshi, so that was something that just came up like in the last few weeks. And I am working with Maker's Place on stuff, like hopefully doing something either for NYC or Art Basel. It may be Art Basel, NYC. Maybe I'm not allowing myself to be rushed into anything because I need to take things at my own pace. So I may do something for like put together a show to put up in Basel. We'll see on that. But everything else, like, because with me personally, like, because opportunities come up so quickly, and I'm not at a place yet where I can forward plan too much. I'm trying to like get to a point where I'm like I have at least like a weekly schedule of something, but like forward planning is just like too hard for me. As to like what's gonna happen with the market, like that I whoo like I definitely know, like I think Ethan Tezos is going to stay around and keep growing for like art markets. When it comes to like crypto, don't ask me anything about that. I don't know I actually know very little when it comes to like crypto stuff. Like I was just talking in Das Punk's DAO about that. Like I'm an artist first and foremost, and I know like art sales and I know art markets, but I don't understand like other stuff too much. But like everyone seems to think that stuff is gonna pump for a while and then dip. And how that affects the art market, I'm not completely sure, because like definitely when people have more money, like they spend more money. But also because of the last cycle, like people may I don't know. I don't know. I do think overall like art is going to keep growing. Like I think like the art market portion of it is going to keep growing, because I was reading through the like Art Basel itself, the organization, not the event, but the organization does a yearly review, like statistical review. They like get like sales data from like high wealth collectors, where a high wealth collector is like someone worth over $1 million or whatever. I think I can't remember the cutoff, like 1 million or 5 million or something, but they like get their buying data from them for like what's art. And over the last few years, like their allocate like how much digital art they have been collecting has been growing a lot. And in that whole, it's like a huge PDF. It's like 50 100 pages. It's like an insane amount of information about like art sales in general, like the market. But the general consensus is that like the art portion of the traditional art market is going to keep growing. And so I don't know, I have high hopes in general for like all of it. And I think like we're seeing a push with a lot of marketplaces starting to take fiat. So Maker's Place takes fiat, Nifty Gateway takes fiat. I think Known Origin does. I haven't been keeping updated on what they're doing too much since eBay bought them. But I think we're gonna like with that, and then with also like more traditional art galleries coming into play, I think it's just gonna become kind of like people buy and sell the digital art a lot when it comes to the art, and like sometimes it will be involved with crypto and sometimes it won't. I like that's where I kind of see it going with that. Not that it's necessarily right or wrong, but it's just like if we're going to want traditional art collectors to start buying digital art, like a lot of them just won't do crypto. And the taking of fiat, I think, is kind of like a turning point in that. And I just think we're going to see more of that in general. And it also is like an onboarding point, because maybe they won't do crypto, but once they start getting into the culture and seeing all the different art and everything going on, they may start actually getting interested in crypto and going deeper down into stuff, like when it comes to like all the different side chains, or like even like getting into like buying and trading stuff on Bitcoin. So I don't know, like I don't know. It's really hard to say completely, but that's just kind of where I see it going overall, just from like my art sales perspective. Which is, that's a different perspective than like crypto in general, if that makes sense.
I think I've heard that a couple times. Like we're all so tied into the crypto, and it scares people that aren't involved. And I think what you said there was kind of right, that basically cash is king. You need to get people in with cash, and then they need to learn how it works and get involved is maybe the way to onboard more of these people.
Most definitely for fine art collectors. And fine art collectors also like predominantly like to see stuff in person. And so I know that sounds really weird with a digital asset, but it's like having galleries with these really nice digital displays and showing dope ass work, and having like a lot of rotating like exhibitions, and then the fine art collectors are coming in to like see it. Like that's how it's going to be sold to them, and to the point that like they start getting comfortable just being online and being able to look at the stuff and understand that it's kind of the same thing. But I think like part of it is selling the experience too. And I think like a lot of where we see like artists, especially like digital artists, getting a lot of like visibility is when they have their art up at like big like music things, like festivals, and like it's like part of like the whole experience. So it's like there's art that's just like, okay, this is art that's sitting there and it's like I'm seeing it. But it's like when you start getting into digital art, I think there's more of an experiential part that can be played with. And I know for me, like I'm teaching myself touch designer right now very slowly, but part of it is because touch designer is a program, like I can do a lot of glitch art in it, like I can do a lot of dope shit in it. But it also integrates with a lot of different technologies, so you can make like interactive like experiences with it. So I can make something for VR in it, I can make something where it's like a whole installation and it connects with like different like sensors and things that are out there that you can like connect to it, and then like you can make it like where it's an interactive display. And so part of like why I'm teaching myself that, and it's probably going to take me a little while to get like masterful at it, is I do eventually want to have like big interactive installation types, like glitch art installation things, because I've experienced them going to like these events, and when not anything interactive necessarily yet, but just experiencing, like I've went to like Fluff World and South by Southwest, and they had a huge dome, and in it was just like they projected up a whole bunch of glitch art, and like the experience of seeing glitch art in a dome is completely different than just looking at it on your screen. Like being completely immersed in it is a whole nother level. And when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, I want to do this someday. Like I want to work up my technical knowledge enough to be able to like at least create something that can be put up there. But then I also like, I really like the idea of interactivity, and I want to like make something that possibly is more interactive. So yeah, that, I mean, for me, that's kind of where I'm going. But then also like I just like drawing stuff and making my stupid shit and my NFTs. So, and also AI, like I just like doing it all. So yeah, that's why I call myself multiversatile, because I don't want to ever be pigeonholed into one thing. I just want to keep exploring all the new technologies that are out there, and mixing and mingling them all and seeing what I can come up with. And I think, I don't know, I think that's the fun space for me, at least.
You're embracing it. You're using the tools. You're going hard.
And constantly learning the new tools. I love that.
Yeah, and it's my brain is at capacity sometimes, but I keep going. I'm like, I'm 40 and I'm trying to learn new things. This is like, I see why old people get the way they are. Your brain stops being as plastic, and it's like, okay, this just takes me longer than it used to.
I'm sure when I saw you in Miami, you were 26. 100%.
I'm an elf. I don't age at all.
I was gonna say, I always like, it's really fun for me because I'm 46, so it's really fun for me in these spaces because it has been very far and few between the people that are the same age as me or older. We've only had one older person on here, I think.
Threes.
Wait, whoa.
He says, "Whoa, what are you owing?"
Whoa.
Sorry, I got you beat, brother.
Oh, so we've had a couple now.
OG Fendel's 50.
Oh, OG Fendel, 50. You 50? You're not 50. You're 50.
50.
50.
Thank you.
God damn. Okay, well, I didn't know that. That didn't come up.
I don't know how that fucking happened, but
how you got to be 50?
Yeah.
Well, when he did our space, he was only like 29.
Seriously.
Right? Is that we're speed? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that's cool. It never came up in our space.
It never came up.
It's not like I don't ever directly ask that question, but it always comes up in the details, right? Obviously, I mean, with HB Lovebucks, I mean, he explains it in his art all the time about what the time and the age where he was. Yeah,
I really don't feel that old to me. It's weird, but whatever.
Oh, I get that. I get that, dude. Empress is young. She's just a young lady, young lass.
I'm an old bitter bitch. In a weirdly non-aging body. No, I always so it's funny, my grandpa used to say that he thought elves like stole me and switched me out when I was a kid because I always been weird, and like it's that whole like mythology of being like elven touched, and as I get older and don't age, I'm like, maybe he was right. Maybe I'm an elf and I got switched out at a young age in the woods of Minnesota. I don't know. I don't know elf politics.
But it really just on this topic, like it really is. You heard it from the old. You're only as young as whatever you make yourself, or you are, or you do. But I have friends that I grew up with, went to school with, and like I go downhill mountain biking, I snowboard, I I'll jump from rock cliff to rock cliff if I'm given the opportunity to. Like I do wild things, or even go to concerts, and I'll still fucking maybe attempt to crowd surf every once in a while. But it's like I look at some of them, and they just live in their apartment in downtown and order, like they don't leave their apartment building, and they're gray, like their hair's gray, their face is gray, and I'm like, we're the same age, but I feel like I'm 25 compared to you. Right? Like, I mean, Empress, you have things to do. You got shit that you want to do. You're producing stuff. You want to learn all the new technology. I mean, like that's what it's about. That's what staying young is. Like I when I go up the ski lift with a 78-year-old person that has a fucking snowboard strapped to their feet, man, that's where it's at. You're only old if you decide to let yourself be that way.
Yeah, and I told myself when I was young, like I was not gonna be like, if I made it to like an older age, I wasn't gonna be like that old person. It was just like I'm bitter about stuff, don't get me wrong, but not bitter about like everything and not just like, oh, fuck, like, I'm just gonna give up. I think that's it, is like you see the people who just give up on trying to like live life in general. And it's like I may have my like moments and whatever, but I'm overall like I don't want to give up. Like I want to like only here for a certain amount of time and might as well try to do what I can with it. And it's like as I get older, definitely have to slow down some. And it's like I realize like how much, of course you start realizing how much you waste your youth. Like, man, I should have done some of this shit when I was in my 20s. Why didn't I? Well, I wasn't wise enough to know to just like say fuck it. And I think like one thing, I age gracefully because, and I'm not stressed out about getting older because I always actually looked forward to possibly being that 80-year-old woman who just does not care anymore. Like, I feel like there's something, the closer you get to death, like, the less you should care about shit. Because it's like, you're getting... It's like, it's in your face
your
more.
right.
Yeah, like, I've already lived a bunch of life. Let me just, like, be crazier. I don't know. And I admire women who are like that. Like, I think of, like, Betty White, who is just, like, being old and like crazy. I don't know. And I actually like I'm on Instagram a lot and I just like scroll through and I'm like one of my favorite dives on Instagram is going through like old people Instagram because they're all just like being like fuck it. We're gonna say and do what we want. And there's this like one old lady who keeps making jokes about her exes and like, oh, I outlived this ex and blah blah blah. And it's just like I'm like that's the energy I want when I'm like 80.
At what age can you start doing that? Can I do that now?
I don't know. I feel like it keeps going up. I don't know.
Well, you know, I mean, being bitchy or surly towards.
Oops, my headphones just died on me. But it's kind of like because you've lived it, so now you have the right to fucking stand there and shake your fist on the porch of your house and go rah 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 because right? Like I remember I'm a mechanic, and I remember the one time like this 18-year-old kid we had working for the summer, and I kept telling him things, and I looked at him and I said, look man, I get it, like I pipe up to you all the time about these things, but it's not because, and he goes, no, I get it, man. I get it. You don't want to hear yourself talk, but you've lived this and you're telling me things that are valuable. Otherwise you wouldn't talk to me. And I kind of stopped in my head. I'm like, well, yeah, that's it. But then I went back up to my porch and went, rah, 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 rah. But that's why we can be bitchy. If you want to say that. God damn, all my technology's crashing now. My fucking headphones died. I don't think I've ever had my headphones die in my life.
I'm telling you, technology is just working against us today.
The glitch energy.
Yeah, well, there we go. Well,
yeah.
I was even saying last week, because I'm like pretty much coming up to a year on this in this Web3 world next month. And then this space is like a year the next month after. But like I never thought there would be a time where like I would ever kill the battery on my phone in a day. And it's like I have to charge my phone constantly in a day now because I'm fucking on the old Twitter. I'm fucking in the Discords. Fuck. Now my headphones are dying.
Yeah, but it's a magical thing. Like we have this little magic box that we can like do all this. That's what I always think about. Like child me was watching Star Trek and looking at all of that and being like, man, that would be awesome if we had like touch screens and like little things, all the information of the world at our fingertips and all this stuff. And it's like now we're older and we have it. Like that's fucking magic.
It is.
And nobody knows what to do with it.
No, we're not wise enough as a species to know what to do with it at all.
Well, it's been thrust upon us very quickly. I say it all the time. Like when COVID hit and my family, like we have in my city, like there's quite a few of my family that live here. So we have Sunday night dinners. Like grandma started that, and we still have them even though she's not around. And we started Zoom meetings. And I remember saying to everybody the one night, and I'm like, because we have like, you know, my dad on there and my uncle on there. My uncle's like 78. My dad's, you know, in 67 now or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But all those people. And then we have like me and my sister, and then my niece and my nephew in their bedrooms on their own iPads doing Zoom meetings. And I'm like, do you guys realize like it was like very recent where this shit wasn't around? Like iPads, like just like you said, like Star Trek, like that shit, like that used to be like, that was in very recently that people fucking thought that would be amazing to have that stuff. And I said, here we are having conversations with people in however many countries all at the same time, seeing each other. Like I'm taking you out and showing you my garden with my phone. Like it blows me away. And then people are like, well, yeah, whatever. No, it's the way it is. And I'm like, well, no, like you guys, it kind of popped up overnight, but a lot of people don't really realize it, right? Because it's been thrust upon us so quick. Hallelujah.
Yeah, like
Hallelujah.
last night I was talking for like 3 hours to an artist in Macedonia. Like we just had a phone convo for like 3 hours, and it's like and it's like I think about when I was a kid, like, okay, even just making a long distance call, like we had the technology then, but it was like cost prohibitive and everything. But now it's just
You
like,
had to go get a card with a number on it.
yeah,
Like the code.
yeah,
Because you know, if you bought prepaid long distance cards, it was only 5 cents a minute as opposed to $5 a minute.
yeah. And this was just like we were just text chatting, and both of us were like, oh, this sucks. Like, I'm gonna call you because it's just easier. Then we can draw while we're talking, and it's just like, it's just the ease of it. And it's like there's still like the prohibitive of like having access to the technology of like being able to afford the initial cost of it, but it's still like it's getting more and more accessible. And it's like, I don't know, it's magic to me. It's still magic to me.
I couldn't agree more. I think so too. The things that we have at our fingertips, like, you know, when we had Taxadelic on, like he said, right, you know, he does everything on his phone. Everything that he does is on his phone. And there's a lot of people in these spaces, everything they do in their phone. They create their art and they do everything on their phone because you can now. Like it's just, it's pretty goddamn mind blowing. I mean, even that little video advertisement I made for our space tonight when I 3D printed all those drink coasters, and like, dude, it's like when I did that, like I literally thought that up at about 3:00 in the afternoon on Sunday. And I got the 3D printer making those coasters. And then by the time I came home from Sunday night dinner, I like made that video. And I'm like, what a wild place. What a wild world. Like I printed coasters. I took some video. I put them in an app. I added some fucking filters and some music that the app supplied, and fucking boom, it was on the Twitter machine and it was going around the world just like that. Like I used all those technologies within a couple hours.
Yeah, that video blew me away. And actually there was a lot of like when I shared it in like group DMs and stuff, there was a lot of comments of like, whoa, that's so cool. And like I was like, is that like 3D? Like I didn't real like I was like I was trying to figure out how you even did it. And like it being 3D printed, like that adds another layer to it.
Well,
And
it's cool. It took me 2 days just to realize I should post it on Instagram. So yeah, there's
shit, that was it. Totally, we got an Instagram. I forgot.
I'm like, oh yeah, shit, I should post it on Instagram.
No, that I literally have that. It's funny because those coasters are on my coffee table, and I have, other than filming that piece, I have not put a drink on the Empress Trash coaster. I just don't feel right doing it. It's just, yeah, dude, that's cool. That's cool that you look. It's kind of funny because maybe I kind of wanted that reaction because in this world and what I was promoting at the time and who, I guess, yeah, it could have been 3D art. Hey, like, but yes, I 3D printed the coasters. I thought that was kind of cool. Thank you.
They're super cool, and you should do it
I mean,
for all promos.
technically, that
Really
is
cool.
3D art.
It technically is. It is. Thank you, Empress. Your comments on that were huge. I forgot about that, but yeah, I thought it was dope. I thought it worked out well. That was really cool to do. It was fun. All right, gotta take that to the next level. Figure I'll get, you could always give it at the end of the year. We could always give away a set of coasters with every artist's name on it that we had.
That would be dope.
There you go.
It's funny. This is one of those moments where it's like, oh, well, I just talked myself into maybe buying a nicer printer now. Empress Trash said.
Just found me an excuse.
It wasn't just me. Other people were saying, whoa.
Yeah, no, that's.
I tell you what,
love that.
You, if you buy yourself a better printer, I'll buy a Theremin.
There you go. Well, you better Google that Theremin. But that's. I think I even said it earlier. That's just an example of me. Empress, when you were saying like you're 40 years old and you're trying to learn all these new things. Yeah, you totally. I jive with that. I totally get what you're saying because that's the way I am on my end, right? Like I have Discord. My niece was like, "You have Discord?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've had Discord longer than you've had Discord." She's like, "No," and I'm like, "Yeah, pretty sure," because you're only fucking whatever. 12 years old. Like I've had Discord longer than you. I know I have, but I love using new technology, and that's the way I feel. Is like got to keep going. HP Lovebucks last week, he's like, man, he's like, I figure I got 20 more years. He's like, so I'm going to pick up the ball and run with it. Like let's fucking go. Right? We have time.
Well, I always remember an interview with Dania, Let's Glitch It, and her saying, it's like, I was born too late to explore the world, and I was born too early to explore space, but I was born at the right time to explore technology. And I that always hit me, like, damn, yeah, that is the time that we're in, as we get to explore all these new technologies and understand like how humanity uses them, and like kind of setting the tone moving forward each individually. So I don't know. I think that and it's just like, why keep getting older if you're not gonna like keep learning? I don't know. Like there's there's an infinite amount of stuff to learn out there. And it's like, just keep learning. It's cool to learn.
Well, that's
unlike what the bullies said in school. It's cool being a nerd.
Dude, the nerds, hands down, the nerds are the people that once we got older, we realized those were the people. Like they were the people. Like number one, they were probably the people that were fucking making more money than you. If you think about it back then, maybe not everybody. I mean, we know that's not true, but
nerds rule the world, though.
Yeah. But yeah, like, I remember an interview. I don't know if it was on like fucking the evening news one time in my life or where the hell I saw it, but it was some old lady that turned 100 and whatever years old, and she's like, and they asked her what the secret was, and she listed off a couple food items or walking or whatever the hell it was, and then the one thing she said, and she's like, and every day so and so calls me, and she's like, I always have something to look forward to, and she's like, as long as you have something to look forward to and something you have to do the next day, she's like, you're going to keep getting up every day. And I heard that eons and eons ago, and that's where I'm like, that's kind of like where I guess it's kind of, ADHD and filling your life up with and squirreling all over the place. But that's what I believe. That's one of the only things I believe, is that as long as you got something to do the next day, you're going to get up. So why not fill your life up with projects and art and music and things that you love to do, right? It'll make you get up every single damn day. You're going to live just a little bit longer.
Well said.
Very well said.
But yeah, so tying in 3D printing my iPhone and a Twitter space with Empress Trash as the guest. That's why I made fucking coasters. Drink coasters. I actually made the drink coasters. I made some other drink coasters because I built a new coffee table. And I was like, I put my coffee cup on it the first morning, and I'm like, ooh, I need a drink coaster. And then I was like, fuck, am I fucking old? Did I just fucking say that I need a drink coaster? Yep.
Bro, you got to have a coaster. What are you,
Dude,
12?
I do now. And especially I had, I used, when I filmed that little promo, I used that copper mug. It was a Moscow Mule for making Moscow Mules in, and I put water and ice in it. And I was like, man, it was like sweating. I was like, thank God I have a coaster. I'm not going to hurt the nice wood.
You know who destroyed the coaster industry?
Who?
Yeti. Yeti really destroyed the coaster industry.
Oh yeah, because I guess
they're double wall insulated, no sweat.
Yeah, fuck. Who owns Yetis?
They took down big
just
coaster.
another great industry. Just another great industry down the drain. Big coaster just hurting these days.
Well, maybe we can get
big coaster and big matchbook, man. They're both just in that same boat with no oars.
I was just holding this Milli Vanilli CD in my hand, and I'm pretty sure I could use that as a coaster.
That's what AOL CDs are for.
Look at this Milli Vanilli, Girl, You Know It's True, Baby Don't Forget My Number. Then there was a filler song, and then there was Blame It on the Rain.
Blame It on the Rain, that was the jam.
There you go. And then the rest of the CD was all just bullshit. But you gotta Blame It on the Rain. Fuck yeah.
Mike said he liked the B-sides.
Yeah,
wasn't Blame It on the Rain the B-side though?
I don't remember. What was that? 1992? Who knows? Jesus Christ.
Oh, earlier than that.
Yeah, the connections. The connections that this modern technology makes with everybody is really awesome. You know, and it really circles back to like that clip we were talking about, Mike Nash, that he had made. Was that last week that he said that? I don't remember, but that we don't care.
I wasn't here last week.
Oh no, he wasn't. It was the week before. But you know, the fact that the space doesn't judge. You don't know anything about anyone, and we probably bring it up every space. This always comes up. How a lot of the times, a lot of the people that I know and that I talk to on a daily basis, hourly basis, I would probably never have crossed paths with if it wasn't for this space. I mean, we wouldn't have crossed paths with Empress Trash if it wasn't for the Web3 world. We wouldn't have been out, you know, in the desert, hanging out at the beach. I'd hope I was, I guess, but we probably wouldn't have been. Mike Nash. When would we ever have met Mike Nash? He would have been up there in the crow's nest. We wouldn't have known he was up there. We'd be ground dwellers in Florida, right? We'd be all fucking scurrying around on the ground with the tourists,
crabs,
the crabs, the cockroaches, the iguanas. We would have never known he was up there, surfing the skies with us, talking to the moon on a daily basis.
Finding lost sailing ships on with his telescope.
Fuck yeah. I mean, we wouldn't have opening songs by Fendel. We'd have a lot less saxophone in our life, that's for sure.
Everybody needs more sax. This segment is sponsored by Sax Underwear.
I should. Oh, Sax Underwear.
We're trying to get in big with big underwear.
Underwear.
Little underwear.
Little underwear?
Medium underwear? I don't know.
Form-fitting underwear.
There you go.
Accentuating underwear. It's the underwear that cups and loves.
We are recording this, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna send these clips out to sponsors, or these companies for sponsorship.
I love it.
We try every week. We drop a lot of lines. We drop a lot of hashtags. Like somebody's gonna pick us up one day. It's like I said, you know, with everybody here, with every guest we've had, and everybody that listens. Hey man, as long as when you're famous, as long as we're there, as long as there's a couple, you know, VIP passes for Willie and I and Mike, you know, to show up to your event, it's, you know, just long as we're there.
Yeah, because where we don't do great is actually getting these clips to the companies.
Yeah, well,
we don't do so good on that end of it.
Well,
You
that's
just have
probably
to just tweet at them incessantly until they like tell you, ugh. That's what Hot Pockets did to me. Like I just kept tweeting at them, and then eventually they're like, ugh. I have that screenshot somewhere.
Yeah. we were trying that with Truly Seltzers just before Miami. We tried fucking hard, but they never.
Oh, we actually hit him with some private emails too.
Yeah, they never once gave us a fucking, not even glimmer, not a wink, not a nudge, not a nothing. We could have had it good. They could have been on a fucking catamaran for Art Basel in Miami. Like could have been big. Because they probably need us. They're not a name brand.
They need somebody to buy their shit.
Yeah, I actually now that Miami's over, I don't drink Trulies. I fucking can't. Trulies add sugar, right? Like whereas like say what you want about White Claws, man, but I like White Claws because they're just plain and simple. Like they're straight up.
None of them have any actual flavor, so if you're gonna go flavorless, you might as well go with something that doesn't have as much sugar in it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I just had this conversation at lunch with the guy that sits at the same table as me because like he's like, fuck man, you don't put salt on that, you don't do that, you never eat. I'm like, dude, I like everything pretty plain. Like I'm an all natural kind of guy, right? Like so like White Claws are great. They're number one, they're water. Number two, they have alcohol in them. Number three, there's just a little hint of something there. Good enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. I get White Claw wasted. What?
I was gonna interrupt because it's 1 a.m. here, and I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
On the White Claw note.
That's a good.
Yeah, I think it's time to call it.
Yeah. Well, we always. I mean, 5 hours. Empress Trash gets a 5-hour token.
Sweet.
Much love, Empress Trash. Have a great night. Sweet dreams.
It's thank you, and it's a testament on you all that I was able to stand being in your company for 5 hours. I just want to say that. Like that's a huge statement. Usually I tap out after an hour and a half, but it's been a pleasure and thank you for having me.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I finally got to talk to you about all the stuff that I didn't want to ask in Miami because I just felt like nobody really wanted to talk about their art or anything in Miami. Like we were all just kind of hanging and having a good time. And so I didn't want to interrupt that vibe, and I also did, want to save it for when you did come on the space with us. So I really appreciate that and the time you've given us.
Yeah. Yeah, and Empress, I do. I truly believe that you are definitely one of the ones that they will talk about in the future, and we'll be looking at your art in the future. You are forging this space 100%. I mean, I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass. But yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I appreciate your time and thank you for giving it to us and hanging out and getting the 5-hour token. You've said a lot of kind words about us tonight too, and I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, it's been great again. Thank you. Thank you for the nice words. I think I'm one of the few people that don't see it, but thank you. I appreciate it.
One day we'll be sitting there and we'll be like, huh? What do you think now? Right. Thanks for being here. Well, everybody, I think on that note, I think we're definitely good. We've hit the it says 11:59 by my phone, so we're just 1 minute short of the 5-hour mark, which is awesome. Thanks everybody for coming out tonight, for sticking with us. We appreciate you very much, especially the people that have been here, right from the beginning, right to the end. Mark, thanks a lot. Lexi Hartz, Daddy V Daughters down there. Sister Sage, thank you. Max, thank you. And everybody else in the space. Not going to go through the whole list again tonight. It's the third time I've said that. Next week, we have Paper Buddha on. It's definitely going to be a good space as well. We're here every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. The night train leaves the station. We're just pulling into the station now. Don't step off the train until it comes to a full and complete stop. Otherwise, you may get hurt. We'll hopefully see you next week and in the future. You can always check us out on YouTube for all the old interviews. Take care of yourselves and each other. We'll see you next time.